Good morning. It is March 18th, 2025. Welcome to the San Marino Unified School District Board of Education meeting. This is your board president, Mr. C. Joseph Chang.
There's no report for the cross section, and right now we are going to open section at the 9:18 a.m. Call to the order roll call. Mr. Song,
I'm here, present.
Mrs. Lam,
Here.
Mrs. Gill,
Here.
Mr. Chen, here. Next, pledge of allegiance, please. Rise up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Be approved of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the today agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Song,
Aye.
Mrs. Lam,
Aye.
Mrs. Gill,
Here. Aye. Sorry.
Mr. Chen, aye. Motion carry. Next, 7, public comment. The Board of Education has adopted board policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matter pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Person who wish to provide public comment will have 3 options to submit public comment. First, submit through an online form. Did we have any submission via the online form? Thank you. Second, request to speak during the meeting via the Zoom. Dr. Choi, please post the meeting to collect the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. We are now pausing the meeting for 1 minute. If you would like to make a request to speak, please press the raise hand icon. And if you are joining by phone, please dial *9. We are pausing. We have 30 seconds remaining. If you would like to make a request to speak, please press the raise hand icon or dial *9. We have no requests to speak.
Thank you. Next, request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card. Do we have any public comment card? Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to turn it over to the Judge Mortimer.
Hi, my name is Wendell Mortimer. I'm a retired judge of the LA Superior Court. And I'm hired by the school district to monitor and advise them on this hearing. But since there's nobody else, I've been asked to preside over the hearing if there's no objection to that. Just, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the hearing will come to order, and I guess the complainant, Ms. Escamilla, will go put on their evidence first, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Guy Glazier on behalf of Ms. Escamilla. We're actually the respondent in the case. Sue Ann Evans represents the district, and I believe they will go first.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Before we begin the hearing, we do have a couple of motions in limine pre-hearing motions. One of them being that if there are any witnesses that are here in the room, that they be excluded until such time as they've given their testimony.
Okay. I don't think that's come up at all.
I don't have any objection to that, and I don't believe any of my witnesses are here, so.
Okay. Still ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, wait on the other. Good morning, everyone. The issue before the board today is whether, based upon a preponderance of the evidence, the district's decision to dismiss Leda Escamilla for cause should be upheld and her appeal denied. At the conclusion of this hearing and based upon the evidence that will be presented, it will be a clear and unequivocal yes. As the board is aware, this matter is governed by the Education Code, as well as Section 16 of the collective bargaining agreement with the classified service. The matter is also governed by district board policies and additional requirements of law. And although a somewhat formal hearing, this is not governed by the rules applicable to civil or criminal cases. The formal rules of evidence do not apply here today. Ms. Escamilla, the respondent in this hearing, works as a health services assistant at San Marino High School. She and her husband, Patrick Escamilla, have been active participants in the Football Booster Club as their son played on the San Marino High School football team at all the times that have been discussed in this matter. The evidence will show that when it came time for the district to hire a head coach for the football team, respondent's friend and Football Booster Club then president, Cassandra Zappatorino, sometimes referenced as Cassandra Morning, became upset with the process and ultimately made it known that she wanted her boyfriend, Mr. Cisneros, to serve as the head coach. In spring of 2023, the district instead hired Nate Turner. He was the first Black head coach for the San Marino Unified School District and is a former NFL player, football player, and an experienced and highly regarded coach. About the time he was hired, news articles surfaced from 1999 when Mr. Turner was a college student playing for UNLV. The article stated he came from, quote, the gang-infested streets of Compton and Watts, close quote, and had been in a gang and sold drugs, but football had turned his life around. Of course, this information was over 20 years old and was nothing the district could consider in the hiring process that was already underway. Respondent's husband has stated that regardless of the articles, he and respondent were prepared to support the new coach and hoped for success for the team. Before he was hired, Mr. Turner, like all district employees, was fingerprinted and vetted through the Department of Justice for any relevant criminal history. Nate Turner was cleared for employment by the DOJ and the FBI in compliance with the education and labor codes. After he left the district, he became the head coach for San Bernardino Valley College, a public community college also bound by the obligation to vet employees with the Department of Justice and FBI. In other words, Mr. Turner has repeatedly cleared vetting in the public employment process. Prior to working in the district, respondent served as a deputy sheriff for the Los Angeles Sheriff Department. Her husband currently works for the LA Sheriff Department as a sergeant and is the subject of 2 complaints related to conduct towards the district. The evidence will show that not only do these law enforcement positions have access to confidential and private information, but they're also trained in the law which mandates confidentiality. As the sheriff's manual states, quote, only active law enforcement officers and authorized civilian criminal justice personnel acting within the scope of their duties are allowed to disseminate or receive criminal records information, close quote, and open quote, that knowingly releasing criminal records information to unauthorized personnel such as friends, acquaintances, or retired law enforcement officers is a misdemeanor, close quote. Penal Code Section 13304 provides that it is a violation to receive and possess such records without proper authorization, which respondent does not have. Here, respondent sought to have former football coach Nate Turner dismissed from his position in the district by obtaining and spreading a packet of information, including confidential and privileged information that was nothing more than unsubstantiated allegations or matters that could not by law be considered in any employment decision regarding Mr. Turner. The conduct violated the law, the rights of Mr. Turner, and the district's rules and regulations. Respondent further misrepresented Mr. Turner's history and sought to have him removed based upon purported safety concerns. Respondent attempts to defend against this dismissal by contending her dismissal is in retaliation for her reporting of, quote, gross misconduct, close quote, and or a, quote, condition, close quote, that significantly threatens the health or safety of employees, apparently meaning Nate Turner. However, there is neither legal authority nor facts to suggest that a person is a condition that may cause a health and safety threat as required by the statutes relied upon by the respondent. There have been no complaints that Mr. Turner acted inappropriately in any way threatening towards staff or students, nor has respondent identified any statute or regulation allegedly violated by the district in hiring or retaining Nate Turner as a district employee. Respondent's claims of retaliation fail. If she had a legitimate concern with misconduct or a condition threatening the health or safety of employees, you would expect her to speak to the superintendent of the school district about that matter. But because she did not in fact have those concerns, there was no communication with the superintendent by the respondent. And despite being informed verbally and in writing on the requirements and limitations of law regarding the vetting of district employees and Mr. Turner specifically, respondent continued to malign Mr. Turner based upon unsubstantiated information that the evidence will show was not legitimately obtained or publicized. The evidence will further show that when Ms. Escamilla was asked where she obtained the information in the packet, she gave several different answers. She obtained it herself from the courthouse and or from the sheriff's department through her, quote, due diligence, close quote. Or two, she went to a meeting at Ms. Epidorino's house and received it from some unknown, quote, unknown white male parent, close quote. Or three, she received it from her husband. Which is it, and why the dishonesty in answering that question? As a direct consequence of respondent's conduct, Nate Turner filed a complaint of hostile work environment resulting from her false statements about him, repeatedly calling him dangerous and acting in a rude manner towards him. The neutral investigator substantiated his claims. Respondent also filed two complaints, one alleging that Nate Turner was a safety concern and two alleging that dismissal was retaliatory. Both were determined by the neutral investigators to be unsubstantiated, and notably, both investigators found Ms. Escamilla to lack credibility. Respondents' vigilante actions of disseminating unsubstantiated claims and allegations led to rumors and upset in the district and community. To this day, she contends she's entitled to serve as the judge and jury regarding Mr. Turner. That's not so. Respondent was dishonest, insubordinate, and disrespectful to the administration and her coworkers. Despite her knowledge and training, she willfully disclosed confidential and privileged information, ignored the rights of a fellow employee, willfully violated the law and board policies and or management directive, and failed to conduct herself in a professional manner. Instead, she conducted herself contrary to the interests of the district, maligned an employee of the district, all causing significant disruption and exposure to the district. And finally, the district will establish that it has met all procedural requirements in pursuing dismissal of respondent. The district asks that the board deny the appeal and affirm the dismissal as justified and supported by preponderance of the evidence. Thank you.
You wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. That's your go-to, bitch. You get bitch slapped. How about that? That's your go-to. You be a bitch, I start slapping bitches. Harsh words, brutal words. On August 27th, 2023, your San Marino High School Health Services Assistant Leda Escamilla read the transcript of those violent words yelled by Nate Turner the year before at his girlfriend with whom he lived. She read much more. On August 27th, 2023, she read what has become known as the packet. On August 29th, 2023, 2 days later, 2 days after Leda's husband, Sergeant Patrick Escamilla of the LA Sheriff's Department, shared the packet with his wife and told her, "Stay away from Turner," your San Marino High School head football coach, Nate Turner, and self-proclaimed bitch slapper, aggressively confronted Leda Escamilla at the high school when no one else was around. Shaken and upset, Leda left her desk and sought refuge with then acting assistant principal Dr. Lena Richter and principal Dr. Benjamin Wolf. When Lena Richter asked Leda what was wrong, Leda responded that Turner should not be on that campus, that Turner was a former gang member and drug dealer with a violent past and several felony arrests, and who recently had been accused of domestic violence against women. When Dr. Richter and Dr. Wolf asked Leda how she knew this information, Leda told her supervisors that she had a packet of information that substantiated what she was reporting. Dr. Richter and Dr. Wolf asked Leda to go home and get that packet and bring it back to the school. She did so, telling Dr. Wolf that she would also provide a copy of that packet to Board Vice President Mr. Joseph Chang, since he was on campus that day. Dr. Wolf advised Leda at that time that she was within her rights to do exactly that. Once Leda's supervisors saw the packet provided by Leda that same day, they immediately informed the superintendent, Dr. De La Torre. That same day, August 29th, 2023, Principal Wolf emailed a letter to Leda accusing Leda of distributing this packet on campus. Leda did no such thing. That same evening, Dr. De La Torre emailed the entire San Marino High School staff concerning a packet of information circulating on campus and taking great pains to disclaim any ties or association to that packet. That same day, August 29th, 2023. Why? Why would Dr. Wolf make that false allegation and make it so fast? Why would Dr. De La Torre waste no time that evening in disclaiming to the entire high school staff anything to do with that packet or information that she claimed was already circulating among staff that same day, August 29th, 2023? Knowing that the administration could not, in any employment context, act on anything in the packet, were they worried that the existence of the packet, just its existence, would be tied straight back to that administration? Were they worried because they thought that Mr. Turner might blame them and hold the district liable for the circulation of the packet with which Leda had nothing to do? The administration already was aware of this packet and had been approached by several high school football parents about its contents and their concerns about Mr. Turner. Was the administration worried that somehow that packet would be connected to the administration? Were they worried that because Mr. Turner is Black and the administration foresaw potential racial discrimination issues if the packet were connected to the administration? Did the administration need and find an easily identifiable scapegoat in Leda Escamilla? To demonstrate to Turner and the world that the administration never sought or considered the adverse packet of information against Turner, did the administration decide that the safest course forward was to sacrifice Leda Escamilla and her 10 years of dedicated service so that Turner could not hold the administration accountable? Is this a case in which the administration found it most convenient, acceptable, and appropriate to shoot the messenger? Consider this: the administration ran directly to Turner immediately after Leda made her report. Why? Leda made a confidential report of extraordinary misconduct on the part of Mr. Turner from only a year since. Could the district really do anything with that information? No, that's undisputed. In the employment context, they can't act on that. Is Leda charged with that knowledge, or is Leda, as your health services assistant, simply required to report information like that to her supervisors? Why would they run to Mr. Turner immediately? They ran to tell Turner that they had found the source of the adverse information circulating on campus, and it was Leda Escamilla. It wasn't them. They had nothing to do with it. It's all Leda. What better way to shield themselves from potential adverse action by Mr. Turner than serve up Leda Escamilla as a sacrificial offering? Once its course was clear, the administration then falsely accused Leda of dishonesty about her acquisition of the packet, insubordination by continuing to distribute the packet after being instructed not to, being rude to Turner by whispering and shunning him behind his back with other high school employees. None of the administration's statements are true, and the administration has no evidence to support them. It's all just fake backfill to justify a disciplinary action that never should have started and certainly should stop here. As you consider this matter and the evidence that's presented to you, I'd ask you to please always ask yourself a few fundamental, very important questions. What information should be reported by district employees to supervisors? If a female employee feels threatened and unsafe in the presence of a male employee, do you want to hear that? Do you want to understand why? If an employee, especially a health services assistant, feels like students and staff may be threatened or in any danger of any sort, do you want to hear that? Do you want to understand why? Do you want to encourage employees to come forward with information about potential dangers or hazards presented by other employees, or do you prefer to discourage such reporting? Do you like the policy of, if you see something, say something? Or would you rather your employees just keep all their information to themselves? Then ask yourself, if you don't like the manner in which the employee reported the information, what should be done about that? It is the administration's position that Leda was not properly in possession of a few of the pages of the packet. Mind you, it's a dozen pages out of 118. A dozen pages that really don't reflect much light on Mr. Turner anyway, in the grand scheme of the horrific life that he's led as reflected by the other 116 pages. But I want you to assume, for the purposes of this hearing, that Leda was not properly in possession of that information. What's to be done about that? What do we do today and tomorrow? What is the appropriate response? Leda Escamilla has given over 10 years of dedicated service to this district. She is beloved by faculty, staff, and most importantly, students. She is quite simply an invaluable asset to this high-performing district. When she acted on August 29th, 2023 to report her heartfelt concerns to her supervisors, and then followed that up with a letter on September 1st, 2023 to the same effect, a letter in which she specifically said she was concerned about retaliation by Mr. Turner toward her or her son, even though the administration ran to Mr. Turner with the information that Leda had reported. She saw something and she said something. If you take issue with the manner in which she did it, you have the power to consider a range of disciplinary actions, including counseling, official reprimand. She's been on paid administrative leave for over a year. Have we not sent enough of a message to her that we don't like the way in which she reported information that she absolutely should have reported? Do we need to drop the axe on her? Do we need really to shoot this messenger? It really boils down to this matter, what you want to associate with and what you want to protect. Are you going to associate yourselves and protect disclosures of potential dangers and hazards by your health services personnel? Or are you going to associate yourselves with and protect the blaming and professionally crucifying of the messenger of those dangers and hazards in the name of protecting yourselves and the administration from a possible claim by the perpetrator of the very dangers and hazards he may present. Mr. Turner to his girlfriend in that same conversation in 2022. Okay, stop being a bitch, okay? It's unnecessary. You don't understand how this shit works. Over and over again, how many fucking times you got to get hit in the fucking mouth before you figure this shit out? Is that who we're going to protect and associate ourselves with? Thank you.
All right. Call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Leda Escamilla.
Lady Escamilla declines to testify on behalf of the district.
I'm entitled to, well, I will call another witness first, but I am entitled to examine Ms. Escamilla as an adverse witness.
That's-
Absolutely under evidence code.
That's completely untrue. There's, as counsel has noted, the rules of evidence do not apply to this proceeding. Ms. Escamilla is certainly not compelled to testify against herself in any proceeding, administrative, criminal, or otherwise. She declines to testify on behalf of the district.
If she declines to testify, then she's not cooperating with the process.
Well,
I'm happy to call another witness first, but she is required to testify if I call her as a witness.
I agree. Why don't you call another witness first?
I'll call Ela Friend. Yeah, please.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ela Friend, ILAFRIEND.
Just if I can check with the court reporter, are you able to understand her clearly? Thank you. Where are you employed
Janice Oliver Kelly.
and what is your position?
I'm a litigation management paralegal.
And how long have you been employed as a paralegal with Dennis Oliver Kelly?
About 21 years.
Okay. Are you a certified paralegal?
Yes,
And how long have you been a paralegal?
about 32 years.
Okay. And did you work in a law office before you worked with Dennis Oliver Kelly?
Yes.
What kind of duties do you undertake as a paralegal for Dennis Oliver Kelly?
Well, I search court records. I obtain dockets and documents from the court. I assist with filings. I do some legal research. I create drafts of certain pleadings. I also train the paralegals and legal secretaries in our office, and I have some oversight of the litigation department in our office.
And so you're familiar with California courts?
Oh, yes,
Are you familiar with the court's record system?
yes,
Okay. And that includes the Los Angeles Superior Court, civil,
yes,
okay, and criminal, is that correct?
yes.
And what kind of tasks have you undertaken in your role as a paralegal related to court record systems specifically?
I have checked for dockets. I've done litigation searches, meaning you look for a certain plaintiff or defendant and you look them up and then you find out any of the cases that may have been filed against them or on their behalf. And I have downloaded documents from those court dockets. I'm pretty much familiar
excuse me?
with
Steve,
using.
can you turn on the volume?
Yeah,
Sure, so we cannot really hear well.
It's hard to hear you from over
Yeah.
here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Or just pull the microphone closer, maybe.
Yeah. Do you want me to repeat anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, one more time, sorry.
Go back to that question.
Yeah.
Do you want the question repeated or are you?
Sure.
What kind of tasks have you undertaken in your role as a paralegal related to the court's record system?
I've done litigation searches with the court. It means that I will look for a plaintiff or a defendant by a party name and see if there's any cases that have been filed against that defendant or that, or by that plaintiff. I have downloaded documents from this court dockets. I've reviewed the registry of action, which is the docketing system that shows all of the documents that have been filed in that particular case. I've been doing this since they first started having documents available online, so I'm very, very familiar.
And did you review certain records to determine if they were in the Los Angeles County Court files?
Yes.
Would you please look at Exhibit 2? That's in Binder 1. Now, each of the board members and the judge, you have a set of the documents that you're welcome to look at. Are you familiar with these documents that are marked as Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These consist of um, a few articles and then a criminal docket, which is a register of action, and then a number of pleadings and documents from a few different civil cases. And that is about it. Oh, and then some criminal records as well that are not court records.
Okay, would you take a look at Exhibit 3?
Sure.
And what is Exhibit 3?
So these are sheriff's reports, incident reports, and supplemental reports. These are documents that would be with the sheriff's department.
And what did you do with regard to investigating whether these documents, specifically Exhibit 3, were part of a court file?
So I went, in Exhibit 2, there are a number of court cases, restraining order cases, and I got the case number for each of those cases. And I looked up the registry of action, the docket. I looked up the case online, and I downloaded all of the documents for each of those cases. And then I reviewed all of those documents to see if any of the documents in Exhibit 3 were publicly available, that they were available online. And
Did you search both civil and criminal dockets?
yeah, so I searched civil and criminal. Criminal documents are not available either online or in person, but I did search for dockets. There were some criminal dockets in the packet too, but they were really old. I could still pull up the dockets, but I wasn't able to pull up any documents. They're not publicly available.
And going back to the documents you referenced in Exhibit 2 as criminal records, those have to do with what kind of violation, or if you're aware?
Sorry,
What kind of violation were those criminal records in Exhibit 2?
the criminal records that, oh, do you mean the dockets that are early on or the later criminal records?
The old criminal records that are in the beginning of the Exhibit 2. Are you aware if there are vehicle code violations or otherwise?
Yes, I didn't pay a lot of attention to exactly what they were. I was mostly looking to see if the documents in Exhibit 3 were available online, so I wasn't paying a
Understood.
lot of attention.
Okay, thank you. And based on the information you gathered, were these documents that are marked as Exhibit 3 publicly available?
No,
And you did find did you find a register of actions or a criminal docket related to any incident of April 14th, 22?
no, I did not.
Does that mean that it's not publicly available?
Yes, I didn't find a docket at all, and the documents wouldn't be publicly available. The dockets within that, if there was a criminal
Because
complaint
you couldn't
filed.
find it in the records.
Yeah, yeah.
Understood. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examine.
Would you flip to page Exhibit 2-116? And this is, just for clarification, a packet or Exhibit 2, the whole of the large number of pages in Exhibit 2 in this binder. This is all the stuff that is publicly available, right? It's exhibit 3 that's not publicly available.
Yes.
Exhibit 2 is publicly available, right?
No, not all of Exhibit 2.
Is page 2-116 publicly available?
Yes, this is a case access information. This would be available online.
Right. And so, and you're experienced with criminal records as you've testified. If you look down at charge section at the very bottom, 1551.1, you're aware that that's a felony fugitive from justice charge, right?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not, you didn't do the research on that.
No.
Page 2-97.
2 what?
97, Your Honor. This is a transcript of a phone call that was recorded pursuant to a court restraining order, right?
This document was in the file.
It's
A
publicly,
court, yes. this
it's
is
publicly available, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further with this witness. Thank you.
I didn't hear what you just said.
I don't have anything further. for
Oh,
the
okay,
witness.
thank you. Next was witnesses Leda Escamilla.
Again, Your Honor, Ms. Escamilla is not going to testify for the administration in this case. This case is, the procedures for this case are governed by the collective bargaining agreement, and in particular, Article 16. There's nothing in Article 16 that in any way requires the respondent to testify at all in her own behalf, and certainly not for the administration. Ms. Escamilla is entitled to this hearing and is entitled to due process at this hearing. She's not. That's not what this hearing is about. Ms. Escamilla declines to testify for the administration.
If the collective bargaining agreement does not preclude me from bringing any witness that I deem appropriate to testify and that has relevant information. Ms. Escamilla clearly has relevant information. She's a key witness. And I think counsel would be hard pressed to say that I don't have a right to cross-examine her apparently after he's examined her. But under the rules of evidence, which I agree are not, the strict rules of evidence are not applicable here, they do, and for longstanding, provide that I may call an adverse witness. If Ms. Escamilla refuses to testify, she is out of compliance with the provisions that govern this hearing. And we would ask for a dismissal of that the dismissal be approved without further hearing.
Okay.
That's simply incorrect, Your Honor. That as I've been reminded by counsel over months precedent to this hearing, the rules of evidence do not apply. She put it in her opening statement. The rules of evidence do not apply. The rules of civil procedure do not apply to this hearing. The collective bargaining agreement is very clear on that matter as well. While this hearing is to be done according to due process, that's my client's right to due process. This is her hearing, not the administration. They are not entitled to whatever they think their definition of due process is. Only Ms. Escamilla is. It says her, she's the one who has appealed. Of course, if I call Ms. Escamilla as a witness, she's entitled to cross-examine her. But that's within our discretion, not the district's, not the administration's.
Well, I'll allow it.
Well, she's not going to testify, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Ms. Escamilla declines to testify.
Your Honor, based on Ms. Escamilla's decision to decline to testify, we ask that this hearing be terminated, that she has failed to comply with the procedures and is in fact insubordinate in failing to testify. And we would ask that the dismissal be approved.
Are you intending to call her as a witness?
I am not, Your Honor.
The board may wish to recess to closed session if they would like to deliberate on our motion.
And I'd like to be heard on the motion to terminate this entire hearing at this stage of the game because my client doesn't wish to testify. She has lots of witnesses that she intends to call. She intends to present a case, but she is not compelled to testify against herself. She's not compelled by the collective bargaining agreement, by any rule that is applicable to this hearing. This is a hearing on Ms. Escamilla's behalf, and she's entitled to call the witnesses that she wants. The administration has the burden of proof, and by the way, not by a preponderance of the evidence. The education code is very clear that her burden is clear and convincing evidence once we've made a case for an appropriate disclosure of information that Ms. Escamilla is actually required by law to disclose. They've got to meet that burden without Ms. Escamilla testifying. There's absolutely nothing that requires her to testify. That's a gross distortion of due process in favor of my client, which she's entitled to.
Well, she has brought this hearing and I think she needs to testify in the hearing if we're to hear her side of the case.
We're going to present a case, and that's within our discretion. Not that the administration can't run our case for us; they can run their case.
That's right. And our case includes Ms. Escamilla as a witness. And due process does in fact go both ways. This is a hearing and there's no provision that has been cited to preclude her from testifying in this matter. And we renew our motion.
There's no provision that requires her to testify.
The collective bargaining agreement allows me to call witnesses.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The collective bargaining agreement does allow for me to call witnesses.
Yeah, I think you can call her.
I've called her and she's refused, and the record is now clear that she's refusing to testify. And so based on that, we're asking that this hearing be dismissed and that Ms. Escamilla's appeal be denied.
You want to respond?
I think I've made my case. It would be a gross miscarriage of justice to completely disallow Ms. Escamilla to put on any case whatsoever. If the district is done with their witnesses, then we've got witnesses that we will call. They're not available today because we set that aside for tomorrow. But, we have witnesses that we would like to call, and Ms. Escamilla is entitled to call those witnesses. It would be, listen, if the board decides we are going to hold it against Ms. Escamilla that she didn't testify, that's appropriate. They can do that. They can go back and deliberate and say, well, we didn't get to hear from Ms. Escamilla on that, and we hold that against her. That's appropriate, but it's completely inappropriate to just end the entire hearing with a dismissal of the hearing itself and a dismissal of Ms. Escamilla. Her career's on it.
Does the school district have any other witnesses?
We do have other witnesses, but Ms. Escamilla is a key witness for us.
Well, why don't you call your other witnesses and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll first call Dr. Wolf, we'll have to get him. Let me go request that he be presented.
Is he present?
He's here somewhere.
Is he coming?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Benjamin Wolf.
You may be seated.
I actually can't sit. I'm sorry. I have a herniated disc right
Oh.
now.
If you prefer to stand, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for being here with your suffering. What is your position in the district, Dr. Wolf?
Principal of San Marino High School,
And when did you start in that position?
August of last year,
And how long have you been in the education field?
30 years this year.
30 years. And can you tell me what positions you've held in your career?
This is my 19th year as a high school principal. I've been the principal of 4 high schools. I've also been the assistant superintendent of educational services for the Centinela Valley Union High School District. And then I was a teacher before that.
How many years were you a teacher before?
5.
5. Okay. And was Nate Turner already hired at the time you came to work at the district?
Yes,
And were you his supervisor?
yes,
Were you also Miss Escamilla's supervisor?
yes.
And what was your experience with Mr. Turner?
I met Mr. Turner the day before I started working. We went to a Chargers football camp. Met the team that day, met him. Seemed like a nice guy, typical football coach. And then after that, my experience with him was primarily just with him managing the football team. So I actually didn't have a lot of contact with him that first couple of months.
Was his office somewhere other than the office where you work?
Yeah, he had 2 offices, but he only used the one in the field house, which is where the boys' locker room is.
And where is Miss Escamilla's workstation or office?
In the main office, but in the back side, like on the opposite side from where my office is.
But not at the field house?
No.
Did you go to football games?
Yes, every game,
Every single game?
every single game.
And where did you watch the games?
From the sidelines, from the field.
So you were there, you were able to observe the coach?
Yep.
And how did the team do under his coaching?
They went to the playoffs the first year.
Playoffs, is that different than CIF?
Yeah,
or
that's the same as CIF, yeah.
Okay,
So they were co-league champions, and then they went to CIF, and then they lost after the first round.
okay. Was that an improvement over other seasons to
Yes.
your knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay. And is the field house office near the boys' locker room?
It's inside the locker room.
It's actually inside the boys' locker room. So individuals that are not, is there a limitation on who can go into the boys' locker room?
Generally speaking, only men.
Okay.
Although that can be arranged if there's no students around and he wanted to have a meeting with somebody, but nobody could just walk back there on their own. It would have to be arranged.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever receive any complaint regarding Mr. Turner?
No,
Any students leave the team due to concerns with Mr. Turner?
that's my knowledge.
And did you ever receive any complaints regarding his conduct while he was on campus or with students?
No, I mean, only from Ms. Escamilla.
And did you receive any complaints regarding inappropriate conduct of any kind while he was serving in the role of a district employee?
No.
Would you say your campus runs smoothly, San Marino High School?
Yeah, I mean, we have only have 850 students. It's a relatively small school. Most of the office employees have been there for quite a while. I've worked in a lot of schools. It's pretty smooth compared to a lot of places.
And did there come a time in 2023 where that changed?
Only from the disruptions of why we're here today.
Tell me about that.
I mean, the day that we were set to observe the Medical Arts Academy, which was a new program on campus. That was the same day that Ms. Escamilla had come and presented her complaints to Dr. Richter and myself, and then later on had come into the classroom that we were visiting to give us her envelopes.
Did you direct her to go get those envelopes and bring them to you?
No.
When she came to your office, tell me about that. What was said?
She was upset, she was agitated, she was accusing us of having an employee who had done terrible things and shouldn't be around our campus or our students.
Was she discourteous to you?
I mean, the whole thing was kind of loud. And she was, I mean, I would say it was more unprofessional than discourteous. She didn't call me names or anything.
Okay, fair enough. And who was she talking about when she relayed this information to you?
Nate Turner.
Did you know Miss Escamilla before the August 29th?
I mean, I met her a few times in the month of August when I started working, as I was meeting every employee, but you know, we didn't have a lot of interactions.
Okay, did you have an understanding of why she was raising these issues to you about Mr. Turner?
Only what she said, that she had procured evidence that he had done some bad things in the past and wasn't a good person to be around students. But I didn't know of any like personal motivation or anything like that.
Okay. Did you say anything in response to her comments about Mr. Turner?
I did. I something to the effect that if, from my experience, there's no possible way that anybody who's been arrested for anything could pass the DOJ fingerprinting. I mean, I've been a school administrator for a really long time. I've watched personnel go through the hiring process thousands of times. And I know when people don't pass the screening, what kinds of things stop it. And they're much more minor than the kinds of things she was alleging, so.
Okay. And it's clearance through the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Then what happened after you made those comments to her?
I mean, we argued back and forth a little bit. She said that she had public records from the courthouse. I think Dr. Richter and I said, you know, something to the effect that, well, if you have them, you'll have to give them to us at some point. Because we'll certainly look at them if you have something. I think I might have probably said twice, I really don't see how there could be anything, again, because he had passed all of the background checks. But that was it. That was at the end of that conversation. And then we didn't see Miss Escamilla again until we were in the classroom.
So did she tell you that any of the information was confidential?
I don't know. I thought she said that they were public documents that she went and got that anybody could see.
And then did you receive the packet of information from Miss Escamilla?
She handed me a manila envelope, but I never opened it.
Okay. And how did that happen?
So Dr. Richter, Dr. Delatorre, myself, Mr. Chang, and I believe the president of PCC at the time, we were in the medical arts classroom touring the class. And Ms. Escamilla came in and handed several of us the same manila envelopes.
And you were with the president of the Pasadena City College, is that right?
I wasn't standing next to her, but she was there.
And was there instruction happening in the classroom?
Yes,
And was that instruction by one of the professors from?
PCC professors.
Okay, thank you. What happened after you received the packets?
I don't remember how much longer we had stayed in the classroom, but eventually we walked back to my office. And then at that point, Dr. Delatorre asked us for our packets.
And she took the
And she
packets.
took the packet.
And did you do anything further with regard to the distribution of those packets?
No.
Did you write to respondent regarding the distribution of packets?
So that evening, I believe, Dr. Delatorre contacted me, said that we were going to that they were going to send me a letter that they were writing with council and asked me to look it over and make sure I agreed with it. And that would go to Miss Escamilla.
And that letter was on behalf of the district administration?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at, I don't know if you can bend over or not, but those, I'm happy to pull the,
I can squat down.
Oh,
But which one?
okay, so it's in binder 1, tab 8. And is that a correct copy of the letter that you signed to send to Ms. Escamilla dated August 29th, 2023?
Yep.
Okay, and I'll move to admit the August 29 letter into evidence as Exhibit 8. What was the purpose of the letter?
To inform Miss Escamilla that her conduct had been unprofessional and that it needed to stop
Okay,
and that she needed to
and
not-
does the, oh, I'm sorry.
not continue to give, materials or talk about this issue with employees.
Okay. And does the letter explain the limitations on what can be considered related to a district employee's employment with the district?
Haven't seen it in a little while.
Yeah, take your time to review it.
Hey, can you ask me that again?
Yes. Does the letter explain the limitations on what can be considered related to a district employee's employment with the district?
Yeah, yes, and because it talks about the scope of her employment and the location and everything, so I'm assuming that's what you're referring to.
Right, and does it provide citation to legal authority,
Yes, it does.
limiting the information that districts may consider?
Yes,
And does it explain issues with the documents that were provided?
yes.
What does it suggest regarding the documents that were provided? If they're not convictions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the specifics, right? I mean, it's in the second paragraph about what they are, the historical records, et cetera, that they don't meet the criteria for the US Department of Justice, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct. And that they're not not all publicly available, is that right?
Yes, that's also there.
And what does it say at paragraph 5?
That we are unaware of any behavior by Coach Turner since his initial employment that is contrary to board policy or the district standards and expectations of performance and conduct.
Okay, and did you receive a response from Ms. Escamilla to that letter?
I don't believe so. I don't think I ever saw a response.
Okay. Who is Debbie Cribs?
She's currently she's our attendance secretary in the office. At that time, I don't think she was doing attendance yet. I think she was doing counseling.
Counseling? Is that
The
what?
secretary for the counselors.
Okay. And did she say anything to you regarding the information that was presented to you by Ms. Escamilla?
She did have a conversation with me. It wasn't specifically about any materials that Ms. Escamilla had, but she did reference that she thought that there were some materials out there, but she definitely expressed her concerns about Mr. Turner.
Okay. Did her
And
comments?
I'm sorry, but, and then I specifically asked her, what are you basing this on? What evidence or whatever? And she really just was able to quote what she was hearing.
What you was hearing, was there, did it leave you with an impression that she had seen the materials?
I don't know if she had physically seen them, but it certainly sounded like that she had a conversation with somebody who was telling her what was in them.
Okay. And what did you say to her about that?
Very similar to what we said to Ms. Escamilla, that again, there was no way that somebody with what she was alleging could have gone through the Department of Justice fingerprint clearing. And then we also talked a little bit about, because this was a private conversation, talked a little bit about, you know, that it's hearsay and that, you know, we shouldn't really be having this conversation until, you know, until anything is proven. And that we haven't had any problems. And that was it. I mean,
Mhm.
it's hard for me to remember all the different things we talked about, but
Sure.
she left my office satisfied that we talked. And then she actually came to me the next day and apologized for bringing it up.
And why did she say why she was
She
apologizing?
said she went home and thought about it. I think she said she even had a conversation with her husband about it, and she realizes that, at least what she told me, she realized that she didn't really have any basis for this, and she shouldn't have brought it up to me.
She didn't have a basis for raising these concerns to you. Is that their assessment?
I didn't spend a lot of time talking to her about it, so I didn't ask her for any clarification on why she was apologizing. I was happy that she said that, and I told her I appreciated it.
Okay, thank you. And can you describe the disruption that resulted from that distribution of information?
Well, yeah, I mean, it certainly made a lot of people talk about it. You know, and wondering, people in their jobs wondering what was going on. But we weren't talking about it, so I can't really speak to what was going through people's minds about it, but
Sure. But it was a matter of chatter on the campus.
absolutely.
And did you ever see him behave in any way inappropriate with staff, students, or parents?
No,
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, good morning. My name is Guy Glazier. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting, but I represent Ms. Escamilla in this case, so I've got a few questions for you.
sure.
First of all, I'm sorry about your back. I heard a while ago that that you suffered an injury, and I sympathize with that. That's not cool.
Thank you.
Just to get the dates right, I think you testified that you were hired August of last year. It's actually August of 2023, right? I may have got that wrong.
Yes,
It was August of 2020.
I believe it was August 1st was when I started.
And that's 2023.
Yes,
And Mr. Turner had already been hired, right? He was hired before you.
that's correct.
Had Turner been given the title of athletic coordinator before you arrived?
Yes.
What was the purpose of making him athletic coordinator, if you know?
I don't really know. I mean, I have an understanding of what the duties of the position were. But I also know that it was a new position, but I don't really know the history of why it was, created.
And why Mr. Turner was made athletic coordinator?
I mean, I can certainly speak to the fact that I have one athletic director at the school, and it's a very large athletic program. And it's not unusual. In fact, most schools with as many sports as San Marino has generally have more than one person running athletics. So it didn't surprise me that there would be somebody else working as an athletic administrator.
Sure. You didn't make him athletic coordinator, though.
I did not.
He was already, he already had that
Yes.
position. And my specific question is, do you know why he was made athletic coordinator
No, I do not.
as opposed to someone else?
I mean, I don't. I mean, I could speculate that. I mean, I didn't have anybody else working at the school in the athletic department that could have gotten a title ahead of him.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we have one athletic director, and then Mr. Turner became the athletic coordinator.
Gotcha. He was also named as a substitute teacher, correct?
Yes.
What did Mr. Turner do as athletic coordinator?
Well, one of the agreements that with the athletic coordinator position was that he wouldn't do those duties until after the football season was over.
So he didn't.
My experience with Mr. Turner at this time was just him being head football coach.
Gotcha. So he was appointed athletic coordinator, but he did nothing as athletic coordinator.
We actually did have him do a few things, but it wasn't a lot because he was busy in his role as head football coach, and that was part of his agreement when he was hired.
How about substitute teaching? How much substitute teaching did he do?
I don't believe that he substituted because we were still waiting for his credential.
He never taught a class at San Marino High School.
I do not believe so.
What were the clearance issues in terms of being able to be on campus and around students? Why was that? Why was that an issue in this particular case?
For his substitute credential?
Well, no, I guess so. For Mr. Turner, I mean, my understanding
He was
is
a cleared employee. He was allowed to be around students. That's different from having a substitute credential to teach a class.
yes, and that's what I'm asking. So I just misunderstood that. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What held up the process for him being approved as a substitute teacher?
I don't know. Honestly, I've seen some substitute credentials come within, 3-4 weeks, and I've seen others take 3 months. I mean, there's backlogs. They don't tell us. They never inform the school of why a substitute credential takes however long it takes.
Was he ever cleared as a substitute teacher?
I really don't remember if that had ever happened or not. I don't remember ever seeing him substitute a class.
Was there a requirement for a district official to be in Mr. Turner's presence when he was on campus?
No.
Beginning shortly after you were hired, you had a number of conversations with San Marino High School Athletic Director David Irier concerning Nate Turner. Is that right?
I have no idea. I mean, I talk to Mr. Irier constantly, so I don't know what specific conversations. I mean, I can't believe that there wouldn't have been lots of conversations about a football coach during football seasons.
Right.
Probably.
Right. I agree. And so does Mr. Irier. They concerned Mr. Turner's inability to communicate effectively with the boosters, for one thing, right?
I honestly don't recall that conversation. I've had conversations with Mr. Turner and our boosters about a variety of things, but I don't remember having a complaint about his ability to communicate with the boosters.
You don't remember that complaint from Mr. Irier? Mr. Irier coming to you and saying, listen, we got to talk about this. The head football coach it has an inability to communicate effectively with the boosters.
No, I don't. I recall having several meetings with our boosters and Mr. Irier and Coach Turner. That's fairly typical, and most of those meetings were about purchasing things.
Mr. Irier met with you about Mr. Turner's abrasive interaction with officials concerning game scheduling, did he not?
Mr. Turner and I had conversations about scheduling. Mr. Irier would have known about all of that, but I wouldn't characterize it the way you just did. I don't remember him ever coming to me with a complaint about it.
And Mr. Irier isn't necessarily going to come with a complaint about it, but he did raise with you the issue of, hey, look, there are scheduling issues out there with the officials, and Mr. Turner is not dealing with it well with the officials, right?
Again, he told me that there were scheduling issues. He never told me Mr. Turner wasn't dealing with it well. But to be honest, I had a conversation with Mr. Turner about how he was handling the scheduling with the officials.
What was the nature of that conversation?
Initially, it was fact finding because I was actually trying to help him get the schedule that he wanted. Because there were some issues about fairness about which high schools were getting how many home games that year. And so Mr. Turner gave me, and I don't even remember the details anymore, but he gave me which schools had 3 games, which had 4, et cetera, et cetera. And he felt that we kind of got the unfair number. So on his behalf, I had a conversation with the area scheduler. And I was unsuccessful in getting them to change it. And I told Mr. Turner that we weren't successful. And he obviously wanted to keep trying, and so he kept trying to get the scheduler to change it, and they didn't. And ultimately, that was the end of it. He lost his, he wasn't successful in getting the changes made.
Do you recall Mr. Urier coming to you with concerns about the way Mr. Turner treated specifically Mr. Urier's staff, and even more specifically, Ms. Liz Reuter? Did you receive any complaints, or were you aware of any adverse interactions between Mr. Turner and Ms. Reuter?
No,
Did Mr. Urier come to you to discuss Mr. Turner's attendance at work?
no, I mean, I don't recall ever having a conversation about attendance with anybody. That really wouldn't be within Mr. Urier's purview to really have that conversation with me.
Did you have concerns with regard to Mr. Turner's attendance at work?
No.
I want to go to August 29th, 2023, the day that we've been discussing when Ms. Escamilla brought her concerns to you and Dr. Richter. Leda first came to Dr. Richter's office right near your office, and then you came out of your office and observed Leda upset with Dr. Richter. Is that how it happened?
I actually don't remember witnessing that. The beginnings of my recollection was when after Dr. Richter was already with me. So if there was an interaction with Dr. Richter earlier than that, I wasn't part of it.
Well, but you had to come out of your office because the interaction took place in the hallway right outside of your office, right? Your interaction with Ms. Escamilla was outside of your office, correct?
That's correct.
And you had to come out
but
of your
again,
office to get there.
I did, but I don't recall seeing or hearing anything between Ms. Escamilla and Dr. Richter before we were together.
Gotcha. And as you testified on direct examination, Ms. Escamilla was upset.
Is that a yes?
Sorry, yes.
And Ms. Escamilla stated that Turner should not be on campus because he used to be in a gang, had a violent past, had several felony arrests, and that he abuses women. Do you recall that?
That sounds about right, yes.
And you asked her how she knew this information, correct?
I don't recall asking that exactly, but it's possible that I might have asked her what evidence she had for that statement.
And that's when you advised her that, well, once she told you that she had a packet of information,
Yeah.
you advised her that you're going to have to see that packet of information.
Yes.
And do you recall Ms. Escamilla stating to you at that time that she would provide such information and that she would also provide a packet to Mr. Chang because Mr. Chang was on campus that day for that event that you were talking about?
No, I mean, I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. You wouldn't dispute that if she said that you said that?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall saying that she's perfectly well within her rights to do so?
No.
Sorry, tell me again what the event was with PCC.
We had a new medical arts academy that's in conjunction with PCC, and we were going to observe the teacher.
Does the teacher come from PCC?
Yes.
And was the teacher for PCC giving instruction to students, or was this a presentation delivered to you, Dr. De La Torre, Mr. Chang, that sort of thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, there were medical arts students, and the professor was demonstrating things. I don't know what kind of lesson it was, whether he had designed it because he knew we were coming in or not. I never asked.
Okay. And then later that evening, you emailed your August 29th letter to Ms. Escamilla, which is at Exhibit 8 in the binder there.
Yes.
Tell me, who told Mr. Turner about Leda's disclosure on August 29th?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
It wasn't you?
No.
Was it Dr. Richter?
I don't know.
You know that Mr. Turner found out that Leda had made this disclosure on August 29th, because on September 1st, he pulled her son aside and said, hey, there's some stuff going on between me and your mom. You don't need to worry about it. And so he was obviously aware of Ms. Escamilla's complaint, right?
You saying that just now is the first time I've ever heard that. I never heard that he talked to her son.
Okay.
Not disputing that didn't happen, but I
Right,
didn't
I
know
understand.
about it.
Yeah, no, I got it. September 5th, a few days after that, you are of course aware that that's the date that Mr. Turner filed his complaint.
Again, Mr. Turner and I never discussed that.
Not my question. You're aware that Mr. Turner submitted his complaint on September 5th, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, he didn't submit it to you?
No.
And you don't have any idea who went to Mr. Turner with the information that Leda provided on August 29th?
I don't.
I'm going to object. It assumes facts, but go ahead.
I don't.
Now, turning to this letter, you you signed this letter, but you didn't write it.
That's correct.
And then just looking at the second paragraph, it says here, I reviewed the packet of information and after consultation with legal counsel, do not identify information, blah, blah, blah. And then you describe what the packet contains. I may have misunderstood your testimony, but I thought you said you didn't review the packet.
That's correct. I did not review the packet.
So this is just false.
So, no, this was me relying on the people who reviewed the packet and helped write the letter.
Well, you're not relying on anybody when you say I reviewed the packet of information, are you?
I saw the information when I reviewed the letter before I sent it out.
But you didn't review the packet is my point.
That's true. I never opened the packet the day that Ms. Escamilla handed it to me.
Have you since reviewed it?
No.
And you emailed this letter to Ms. Escamilla after working hours, correct?
Well, from my experience, I don't really have after working hours, but were they after Ms. Escamilla's working hours? Yes.
In the letter, you state that, and I'll draw your attention to it if I can find it here. Oh, it's right in the very first paragraph. You say you also stated that you refuse to report for work so long as Coach Turner remains at the high school. Is that something you remember Ms. Escamilla stating?
I do remember her saying something about that, or that she didn't feel safe around Mr. Turner, or didn't want to be around Mr. Turner, something to that effect.
Which is very different from I'm not going to come to work, right?
I honestly don't remember exactly what she said.
But to the best of your recollection, as you testified today, she stated, I don't feel safe around Mr. Turner. I don't want to be around Mr. Turner.
She may have said, I don't want to work with Mr. Turner. I don't want to come to work. Honestly don't remember.
And you certainly remember, though, that she did show up for work the next day, August 30th, right? And the day after that, August 31st, yes?
I know she was there the next day. I don't remember how many days after that.
And that Friday, September 1st, when she provided her letter in support of her information that she produced on August 29th.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And then after that, after delivering her letter of September 1st, she took a period of medical leave. Do you remember that?
I remember her not working. I don't remember what the explanation was for her leave.
And then she returned to work around mid-September. Do you recall that? I know it's
Yeah,
a year and a half.
I
ago.
don't recall when, so.
In the sixth paragraph down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. With regard to the packet of information that is circulating, I want to be clear that the district did not seek out these records from any person or entity. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's in direct conflict with what you told Ms. Leda Escamilla, that at some point you're going to have to see these records, right? You did seek them out.
No, I don't believe that that's in conflict. I mean, when she said that she has proof of something wrong, I'm trying to just, my normal response to anybody would be, well, if you think you have some proof, you can certainly show it to me. I don't think that's the same as the district seeking it out.
You were aware of the existence of the packet prior to August 29th, 2023, right?
I was not.
Why do you say with regard to the packet of information that is circulating? The packet had been delivered to you that day, in addition to Mr. Chang and Dr. Richter, in the presence of Dr. De La Torre, as you testified. Why would you say with regard to the packet of information that is circulating, when the only facts you're aware of is that she delivered the packet to those people you mentioned?
To multiple people. I mean, that's all that I'm aware of, that day that she delivered the packet to multiple people on campus. I don't know.
The multiple people are you, Dr. Richter, and Mr. Chang, right? No one else.
Those are the people that I witnessed. I don't know if she gave it to somebody else.
And yet you say with regard to the packet of information that is circulating. So you must have been aware that a packet was circulating, because her delivering it to those three people certainly is not circulating on campus. You told her that you wanted to see the packet of information. She got the packet of information and gave it to you.
I've heard that the packet was being circulated to lots of people, but I did not witness that.
And you don't have any information that Leda Escamilla circulated the packet or delivered it or gave the packet to anybody other than you three people, right?
I don't have any direct information.
Were you aware that the packet of information had been discussed prior to August 29th at a meeting of certain parents associated with the football team at the booster president's house?
No.
You weren't aware? Yep. Is this the first you're hearing of that?
I've heard that much later that happened, but I have no evidence about that, and I certainly didn't know about it.
Okay.
Nobody from the boosters ever spoke to me about any of this.
Right. Let's see, same paragraph. It says at the very end of that same paragraph toward the bottom of the first page, further, it is clear from review that the records are not publicly available and contain private information regarding Coach Turner. Again, you didn't review the packet, so this statement is just not yours. It's someone else's, right?
I did not write the letter. Right. I mean, we've covered that. I didn't write the letter. So.
But I mean, you are asserting further, it is clear from review. That's actually not your assertion, because you didn't review the packet.
I did not look at the packet.
Right. And then you're aware that later that night, Dr. De La Torre emailed the entire San Marino High School staff with a message concerning the packet and stating that it was circulating among staff.
I actually don't remember that. But I mean, this was 2 years ago. I don't remember what the timing of any emails were. So
Based on I realize we're limited to your own personal observations. You said that all the packets were gathered up by the superintendent. So neither you didn't review it, Mr. Chang didn't review it, and Dr. Richter did not review the packet.
that's correct. I mean, from my observation,
From your
in my
observation,
office, yeah.
right? So between the time that Ms. Escamilla reported the information, went home and got the packet, delivered the packet to the three of you who are all in her supervisorial chain, and Dr. De La Torre gathering those packets to herself, the packet of information circulated to absolutely nobody.
I don't know that.
Right. I mean, to the best of your knowledge, because of your observations, nobody reviewed the packet other than perhaps Dr. De La Torre once she took the packet to wherever she did.
Couldn't answer that. I have no idea who might have looked or not looked at the packet.
Right. This letter discusses a disturbance, creating a disturbance on campus. And I think your testimony is people talking about this issue. That's the disturbance we're talking about?
I think the fact that people were talking about what happened in the office, because our conversations back and forth with Dr. Richter, myself, Ms. Escamilla was public. There were witnesses to it.
Who were those witnesses?
I mean, any of the staff members and students who might have been around the office at the time.
And who-
Ms. Cribbs was definitely there, but there was probably other people. The counselors' offices were 20 feet away. There's always student aides in the office. I mean, but I don't remember individuals.
Can you give me any names there? Anybody who you remember? Gave me Debbie
I'm
Cribbs, but-
assuming Debbie Cribbs because her desk is right there. But I don't remember if
Anyone
there was
else?
anybody else.
Okay.
But I mean, in the 2 years I've been at the San Marino office and in the 20 other years, I've never been in an office where there weren't lots of people always, all the time.
Right. And a discussion of that nature about Ms. Escamilla being upset enough for it to create a buzz, if you will. Is there anything wrong with that? In other words, let me paint this out for you. If a male employee, and it's a hypothetical, if a male employee aggressively confronts a female employee and that female employee feels threatened and is upset about it and reports it to her chain of command, basically, is there something wrong with that?
Well, it's an incomplete hypothetical.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure what the hypothetical is.
I don't know how to make it more simple for you. Let's assume that a male employee of your high school aggressively confronts a female employee of your high school. Do you understand that sentence?
Are you asking me about if I witnessed that happening?
I'm not at all. I'm asking you to frame in your mind the concept of a male employee aggressively confronting a female employee. Do you have that part in your head?
Sure, although for me, I don't understand why we're talking about male and female. I mean, anybody aggressively confronting an employee would cause a stir and a possible problem.
Agreed. Fair enough. Now, if that female or male employee, but forget about gender, is visibly upset about that confrontation and comes to her supervisors to report that, my question is there something wrong with that? In other words, you're saying it created a disturbance. Of course it created a disturbance. It should have created a disturbance, right?
Your hypothetical, though, is talking about an employee doing something bad to another employee. Ms. Escamilla was talking about something in Coach Turner's past that none of us were aware of and alleging that he was dangerous and did other things to other people that we didn't know anything about. So that's very different than the picture you're painting right now about an employee confronting an employee.
Fair enough. And let's add to the hypothetical that the employee who feels uncomfortable in the presence of the other employee has a packet of information, publicly available or not. That packet of information contains a lot of adverse information about the other employee, and the employee who is in possession of that packet is very upset about it and comes to her supervisors with it. Is that a bad thing? Is that a disturbance that's wrong in the context of how you run your high school?
It's an incomplete hypothetical. Or to the judge.
Any redirect?
No, I have a question pending.
Okay.
She's made an objection to the question that it's an incomplete.
Being an
hypothetical.
incomplete hypothetical and assuming a lot of facts and just, yeah,
Okay, I'll overrule that.
Go ahead,
you
sir.
can answer.
I mean, it's really hard for me to answer a hypothetical. Every personnel situation is completely different. It's hard for me to tell you how I would respond. But there's also a difference between somebody, if somebody has a complaint about an employee, we would, that wasn't this case. So it's really hard for me to answer how I would talk to that person based on a situation that never happened.
You don't think that Ms. Escamilla coming to you on, Dr. Richter and you on August 29th, you don't think that was a complaint about another employee?
No, not in the sense that this was, that the employee has done something to the other employee in the course of their job. I mean, this was alleging that this person had a negative past. I mean, they're not the same thing.
I agree that they're not the same thing, but it's still a complaint, isn't it?
Yes, and I mean, it's not like I ever told it, Miss Escamilla, she has no right to tell me what she was telling me.
Right, and that's my,
We disagreed on whether it was plausible or not, and certainly said, if there's evidence, we'll have to see it.
right, and that's all I'm clarifying is
Okay.
that happened, and my point is, it's not a bad thing that the report was made in the context of one employee complaining about something that she perceives as a problem with another employee.
Well, I would disagree with that a little. It's not a bad thing if an employee wants to talk to me or report something, but generally speaking, I would say that that should be done in private, not with an audience.
Yeah.
So I can't really agree with you saying that wasn't a bad thing, because it really wasn't a good context to be doing it in.
Sure, you may have issues with the manner in which this particular complaint was made, but you recognize that at the time, Ms. Escamilla was very upset.
She was upset, yes.
On October 16th, 2023. So I want to advance now about half a month, I guess. October 16th, 2023, you met with Ms. Escamilla at the high school with Dr. Rose to offer Ms. Escamilla that she could retire at the end of the school year. Do you recall that?
I really don't. I know that Dr. Rose met with her. And I also know that later on, I was the one that gave Miss Escamilla a letter from Dr. Rose when I collected her keys when she left on leave. But I don't,
That's a whole month later. That's November
But I
15th. I'm going back. a whole
right,
month.
but I'm saying I don't remember a discussion about retirement from the Human Resources Director.
You don't remember Dr. Rose giving Leda 3 days to decide? Were you in that meeting?
I really don't remember it.
And then Leda asked what would happen if she chose not to accept that offer. And Rose told her in response, I'm just trying to jog your memory here now. Rose told her in response that if she did not accept that offer, disciplinary proceedings would be brought against her and she would be referred to the Department of Justice. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. There's an email in the packet from Dr. Rose that kind of outlines all that anyway. I'm probing your
I
memory.
don't. And I have to
Don't-
say too, that this was all my first 2 months at a new school, a lot going on. And so the
Right.
timeline is not really fresh in my memory any
I
longer.
do sympathize with that, yes. Did you or Dr. Rose or anyone else to your knowledge refer Leda Escamilla to the Department of Justice?
I did not, and I'm not aware of anybody else doing it.
Did you or Dr. Rose or again, anyone else to your knowledge refer Leda Escamilla to any law enforcement agency?
Again, I did not, and I'm not aware of anybody else doing that.
Turn to Exhibit 10, if you would, please. By the way, I don't want to just keep going. If somebody needs a restroom break, I'm good, but if we've been going for a while, so I don't know if it's appropriate to take a break. It's up to you guys.
Oh, you want to offer the break for,
Maybe 10-minute break? Huh?
10-minute break.
I think I want to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's
Great.
do that.
Sorry, Dr. Rose. I just don't want to keep rambling on if people need a break.
Staying.
Did I just call you Dr. Rose?
Yeah.
Sorry about that too.
Dr. Wolf staying to continue his testimony?
Yeah, I've got more questions for him. I just didn't want,
All right.
this was a good breaking point. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Spell-
5-minute break.
Spell your last name again.
WOL.
We can go.
One F.
Yeah, one F, no E.
HTER.
Yes,
What was your last name?
Cribs, CRIBBS.
Joy, I might have to ask you to use your tape one more time. I need to move the mic. Then sitting right here? Yes. Either. Dr. Wolf, when you want to get out, don't try to squeeze in there because you might knock this over. Let me know and I'll pick it up and move it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Good to see you. What?
No. No, I can't.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. That's what I understand.
Oh, she's great. She's great. She'd have to, island and she's, they'll be paying for that one.
That's what I understand.
Yeah, love it for sure, for sure.
No, we just shot that.
Turner and it sounded like charters.
Charters, the LA Charters.
Oh, chargers. Peter, are you here?
It's a writer, R-E-U-T-E-R,
Say that again?
writer, R-E-U-T-E-R, just like the news organization. Yeah, that's the case.
No, just one.
All right, let's go back on the record. See you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rose, do you have exhibit 10 there in front of you?
Dr. Wolf.
Gosh, I am so sorry. You both have 4 letters in your name, and I've done this for now over 2 years. Confused the two of you. I really apologize. I'll do my best not to do that again.
I'm
Doc-
taller and much better looking.
We can all stipulate to that. Dr. Wolf, you now have before you the letter to Dr. Rose that is exhibit 10, right?
Yes,
And this is did you see this letter when Ms. Escamilla submitted it to Dr. Rose?
I don't remember seeing it.
Do you remember when you first saw it, or is today the first day?
I don't know.
But you have read it.
I've read it. I just read it now.
Oh, perfect. Is there anything in this letter with which you disagree?
I mean, that's a pretty broad statement.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, may we pause to be able to read this?
Sure.
We haven't seen this. Is that-
Yeah, I
is that
apologize.
okay?
I'm not familiar with what the board has reviewed or not.
We
before.
haven't been given evidence.
Great. Yeah, no, please, let's take a moment. Yeah.
I'll have an objection.
You have further questions?
I do. I was
Yeah,
just,
is every board already finished reading?
Yeah.
So, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
thank you so
Yeah.
much. Sorry. I just,
I want to pose an objection to the question. It's overbroad. And if he has specific questions about the letter, he can ask that.
yeah. Is there anything that jumps out at you then that you would disagree with or take issue with?
Well, you haven't laid the foundation that he's actually read and studied this letter, so
Well, he did just testify that he read it right now.
read it, but not studied it.
I don't really know that I can answer your question because this is a letter stating Ms. Escamilla's opinions based on accusations that she thinks she knew about. I mean, if you're asking me whether I agree with this letter, I don't know what I would agree or not agree with. I mean, I'll tell you, I don't agree with the premise of it because again, this states that there were allegations about somebody from people I don't know in situations I know nothing about.
And you don't think that there were any such allegations?
You know what? I don't know that. I've never seen anything to lead me to believe that there was or was not anything against Mr. Turner from his personal past that I know nothing about.
Right, okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 12, if you would, please. It's an October 30th letter from Dr. Rose to Ms. Escamilla. Did you ever see this letter?
I don't remember this one, no.
This letter purports to provide a report of an independent investigator, which is right behind the
Well,
letter.
I'm gonna object. The letter speaks for itself.
Looking at the report of the independent investigator, do you recall well, it's an executive summary of a report. It's right behind the letter. Did you see this executive summary?
I mean, I don't need to look at it to tell you no. I've never seen
You never saw it.
summary by an investigator before.
Okay. My concern with this and my questions, but maybe you're not the right witness, but I'll see if you are. It says specifically, Mr. Gonzalez concluded that you obtained personal information about Mr. Turner that is not a public record, and that you distributed those documents that contained personal information about him to others. That's what Dr. Rose states in his letter. And then the executive summary says absolutely nothing of the kind. You can't find anything
Objection.
in the executive summary that
The
matches
documents
up
speak
with
for
this
themselves.
paragraph. Can I finish my question,
No,
please?
it's not a question. You're testifying erroneously about the content of the document.
Well, they do, listen, they speak for themselves. I absolutely stipulate and concede that these speak for themselves. My question is the witness aware of the distinction between the language in the letter and the language in the executive summary? Are you
Assume
aware
the
of that?
facts.
The objection's overruled.
I've never seen the executive summary, so I can't tell you whether I would agree with any language in it or not.
Got it. Go to the second binder, sorry. We're going to come back to that first binder, so don't put it away. But and then it's the very first one, Exhibit 19.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear counsel.
It's Exhibit 19. Did you have any input into this letter?
Like, as far as writing it goes, no.
Correct. Okay. Dr. Rose delivered this letter to you and asked you to deliver it to Leda. Is that how that went?
That's correct.
And take her keys and send her home.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
And take her keys and send her home. Did you say anything to Leda when you delivered this letter to her?
I did. I said I was sorry. I was the one that had to give it to her.
Now, in this letter, Dr. Rose talks about an investigation. It says this letter is to notify you that the district is conducting an investigation. Are you aware of what that investigation was?
No,
Were you aware that any such investigation referred to in this letter was completed at any time?
no,
It says upon completion of the investigation, that's Ms. Escamilla's status shall be reassessed and you shall be notified accordingly. Did you ever reassess Ms. Escamilla's status or notify her in any way?
no,
You've never spoken to her since November 15th, I take it.
that's correct.
Are you aware of anybody else within the administration reassessing Ms. Escamilla's status and informing her accordingly?
I'm not aware.
Do you recall a meeting on or about November 30th now? So I'm going 2 weeks after you delivered this letter to Ms. Escamilla. Do you recall a meeting on November 30th that you attended at the high school with Dr. Rose and Mr. Turner and several high school staff members, including Michelle Kuros and Debbie Cribbs? And this meeting was concerning rumors going around about Mr. Turner's background. Do you recall that meeting?
I recall the meeting. I don't recall it being about rumors specifically. But I remember it. I remember when Dr. Rose came and met with them.
Do you remember that Dr. Rose informed the staff members that the rumors about Mr. Turner concerned a different Nate Turner than the San Marino High School football coach?
No,
And you don't know what, you don't even recall the word rumors, let alone what the rumors might have been about.
correct.
Do you recall Mr. Turner stating in that meeting to the staff members that they could Google his name and learn bad information and good information, but that he was not the bad Nate Turner?
No,
At this same meeting, Dr. Rose confronted the staff members about whispering about Nate Turner. Do you remember that?
no,
Do you remember the staff members confirming that they whisper all the time because they are dealing with confidential information concerning students, and that the whispering had nothing to do with Mr. Turner and that the whispering most certainly would continue? Do you remember any of that?
No.
Okay. Would you, if the particular staff members involved stated that all of those things occurred, would you have any reason to dispute their recollection of that meeting?
I mean, I don't recall what you're asking me. So to ask me whether I would dispute somebody else's recollection, I don't know how I would answer that.
Right. Well,
Somebody could, that their recollection could be their recollection. It could also not be the truth. I would have no idea.
fair enough. So let me rephrase the question. Do you specifically remember, and are you testifying here today, that these things never took place at that meeting?
I'm saying I did not hear any of those things.
Let's go back to binder number 1. And go to exhibit 2. This is the pretty thick material that we've all been referring for many months to as the packet. Did you ever ask Mr. Turner about the contents of the packet?
I did not.
Did he ever, to you, without you asking him, did he ever come to you and deny that anything in the packet had to do with him?
He did not.
Did he ever discuss in any way the packet with you?
He never discussed the packet with me. The only thing he ever told me was that something to the effect that the things that people are saying about his personal life weren't true.
Gotcha. The very first page of exhibit 2-1 is a 1999 Las Vegas Sun newspaper article. Have you read that before?
No.
You've never seen it? Would you look down at well, go to the second page, exhibit page 2-2.
Okay.
And if you go down, they're obviously the paragraphs are not numbered, but it's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you see where it says, I used to be in a gang?
Yes,
And then it says, I used to sell drugs. You see that?
yes.
And if that's an accurate, I'm not saying it is, but if that's an accurate quote of Mr. Turner, would you agree that Mr. Turner himself has, if it's an accurate quote, Mr. Turner himself has stated, I used to be in a gang, I used to sell drugs?
I don't know how to, Mr. Turner saying that and that being the reality of his past are not necessarily the same things.
Right.
So I don't know that I'm in a position to say what he has or hasn't done.
If when Ms. Escamilla came to you on August 29th and said the words that she said to you, including he used to be in a gang, he used to sell drugs, if she's basing it on this information, then she has information in front of her about those subjects, right? I mean, it's not like she's just making it up. It's here in this article in apparently Mr. Turner's own words. Would you agree with that?
Incomplete hypothetical. And it's also an article and not, well, I'll leave it at that.
Overall,
I mean, if Ms. Escamilla read this, then she read it. I don't know that that's the case. She certainly never said anything about a Las Vegas newspaper article
Well, she delivered
or
it.
to me.
She delivered it to you right after you told her to get the information. Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't look at it. I get that, but. And then the next article, which begins on 2-4. Have you seen this article? This also is a 1999 Las Vegas Sun article.
No. No. And I'll tell you, the only thing that I've read about Mr. Turner was the things I looked up about his pro football career,
Fair enough.
because I was curious.
And then if you go to the second paragraph here, it says, according to the police report, an unidentified victim contacted Henderson police after she said Turner approached her at her car in the mall parking lot. And then
Objection.
after the victim turned to walk back into the mall, the police report says, Turner stated, I'm heated, and if you don't talk to me, you know what could happen.
Objection, it's double hearsay.
I didn't hear the quote. You said Turner stated,
I'm heated. And if you don't talk to me, you know what could happen. And the only reason I raise this, it's old. It's over 20 years old, conceded. It's 1999. But again, if Ms. Escamilla comes forward with information about Mr. Turner that she's relying on in this article, which she did provide to you, then she's not just making it up. She has some basis for that report. Would you agree with that?
Again, I don't know really how I can answer that. I don't know what she read. I don't know what she's assuming from this. I also don't know what in here is actually factual, since these are quotes from other people.
Right. All right. Go to page exhibit 2-15, if you would, please. Have you seen this before? This is a declaration of Amaris Bell in support of a request for a domestic violence restraining order.
No,
You haven't read it?
no.
Okay. If, let me just say, if there is information, and the board will have a chance to review all this stuff, and we don't need to take their time now to review it, but if there's information in here, and this is much more recent in time, 2022, if there's information in here about accusations by Ms. Bell toward Nate Turner, and Ms. Escamilla is reporting that to you as accusations of Mr. Turner abusing women, you would agree with me that she has a foundation for what she's reporting. She isn't just making it up, right?
Well, that's the third time now you've asked me that. My answer is still going to be the same. I'm not in her head. I don't know whether she's making something up or not. I don't know what she's read. I don't know how she's using what she's read to make her opinions. I don't have the ability to answer that.
Okay. I want to take you to April of 2024. So we're again jumping pretty far ahead of where we've been, the end of 2023. April of 2024, my understanding is that Nate Turner was banned from the San Marino High School campus and told that he must report to the district offices for work. Do you recall that?
I recall Nate working from the district office. I don't recall anybody ever saying he was banned.
Okay. Do you know why he was no longer on the San Marino High School campus, but instead at the district office?
He was asking for the district office and human resources to be involved in things that he was upset about. I mean, but I never really knew what the reason was for him working at the district office.
Nate Turner is obviously no longer employed by San Marino High School or the San Marino Unified School District, right?
Right.
Were you part of the process involved in terminating Mr. Nate Turner from employment?
Assumes facts.
I was not. I did not terminate Mr. Turner.
Do you know why he was terminated?
Again, it assumes facts that he was terminated.
Yeah, I actually don't know that. As far as I know, Mr. Turner left because he got another job.
Oh, okay. I thought you testified that you were in agreement that he had been terminated.
No.
My understanding could be incorrect, but I thought that he left for another job. Well, let me ask you, did he leave for another job at San Bernardino Community College, have that job while he was still receiving a paycheck from San Marino Unified School District?
That I don't know.
So you're not aware that later on down the road, he was terminated by San Marino Unified School District long after he had gone to San Bernardino?
Right. No, I don't know that timing at all.
Gotcha. Has Nate Turner now filed a lawsuit or a government claim against you?
Not that anyone's ever told me about.
Has he filed a lawsuit or a government claim against San Marino Unified School District?
Don't know.
Okay. Flip to exhibit 16.
2-16?
Yes, please. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, 16,
16.
16-1. This is a November 1st, 2023 notice of intent to dismiss, and it appears to be authored by Dr. Rose. My only question for you is, did you have any involvement in drafting or reviewing and approving the material in this document?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't think so.
And then exhibit 18. This is the December 11th, 2023 final notice of intent to dismiss. Same question. I take it you didn't have any input to this document? I don't have any further questions. Thank you. And again, I apologize for mixing up your names. That's not proper.
I do.
John. Can you redirect?
Yes, direct. Let's look at exhibit 8, the August 29 letter.
In 2 or 1?
Oh, sorry, that's in 1.
Okay.
Binder 1, tab 8. Actually, let me go back to your conversation with Ms. Escamilla when she came to you to assert issues around Nate Turner. That was on August 29th, correct?
Yes,
And none of that had anything to do with issues on campus, is that correct?
right,
And in fact, not in the district, is that correct?
right.
And the letter dated August 29th, you testified that this was on behalf of the district, correct?
Yes,
So it's your signature, but as you testified, there were several people that worked on this letter, correct?
yes,
So whereas you may not know about circulation of the packet of materials, the district did have that information as reflected in the letter. Is that your understanding?
yes,
And you testified you were not aware of an August 27 meeting,
August 27th.
7th meeting. I believe council was asking you if you were aware of a meeting on August 27th regarding issues with Mr. Turner.
No, was that the one with the boosters or?
Correct,
Yeah, no,
correct.
they-
I actually couldn't recall if you mentioned.
And
boosters.
that, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it misstates testimony. I didn't allege that that meeting occurred on August 27th. It didn't.
Then I must have taken notes incorrectly. That's exactly what
Or
I
maybe it
have
did.
down.
Was that for the record? Because I couldn't hear you.
No, it's okay. So you don't know who may have or not received, who received information from that packet of materials any date before August 29th, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in the August 29 letter, looking at page exhibit 8-2. The first full paragraph during our conversation. Is that you informing Ms. Escamilla that she can file a complaint if she has issues related to Mr. Turner?
Yes, and that's the normal procedure for any employee to file them with the Human Resources Department.
And council had you look at the September exhibit 10. September 1 letter. Is there anything in this letter that suggested that Ms. Escamilla had been threatened by Mr. Turner
No,
or had been in any way treated inappropriately by Mr. Turner?
no,
In fact, this was all allegations regarding his past. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, council mentioned that after the August 29 letter, Ms. Escamilla did return to work.
yeah, right,
And the August 29 letter, again, that's exhibit 8, does in fact inform Ms. Escamilla that she must return to work. Is that correct?
yes.
Let's see. Are you familiar with notice of intent to dismiss generally?
Really more from just my coursework. I mean, in all my years of being a principal, HR directors never share that with the principals, so
Right.
never really spent any time seeing the process.
That's handled through the human
HR, yeah.
resources. Okay. Is it fair to say that speaks to the status of the employee?
Yes.
Was it your understanding when Ms. Escamilla spoke to you about Mr. Turner's past that she was speaking in terms of allegations or facts?
Hard for me to remember the language, but in my mind, it's all allegations. Because if you pass a DOJ screening, that means you do not have an arrest record. So if you haven't been arrested and you haven't been convicted, it's an allegation.
Okay. And you're not aware of Mr. Turner being terminated by the district, correct?
No, the timeline, I lost interest in it because it was such a long series of events after he left to take the other job. So I know that there was questions about whether he was still working or not working, but I mean, I wasn't involved in any of that at that point, and I was busy trying to find another football coach, so.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a question, Dr. Wolf. Were any students, to your knowledge, pulled from the football program for safety concerns?
No.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Stay in the building.
No,
Today?
you're,
Okay.
you're good.
Dr. Wolf, can I have a quick question too?
Oh.
So I believe that Miss Lydia has a son that in Hooper team too, right?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't hear the question. I believe that Ms.
Lydia, Miss Lydia, he has also a son in the Hooper team.
You said
Yeah,
Lydia?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But he was continuing the Hooper program after the incident.
As far as I know.
Do you know of any retaliation against her son or sitting him out or anything? Okay.
No.
No.
Further?
Any more question? Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Dr. Richter. I'll go. No, but I don't think she.
I usually get the names of people that are also present. I didn't get a chance to get her name.
The name is Stephanie Duncan.
Oh,
Stephanie
that's Stephanie Downs.
Stephanie Duncan.
Duncan, thank you. And you, sir, in the red tie, can I get your name, please?
Norgard, Norgaard, Chris.
Thank you.
Yes, right here.
Raise your right hand and be sworn. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. State your full name for the record, please.
My full name, Lena Richter.
Hi, Ms. Richter. Are you an employee of the district?
I am.
And what is your position?
My position is the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
And how long have you held that position?
I've held that for about 4 years.
And have you held any other positions in the district?
I have. My first year here, I had the position of Executive Director of Educational Services.
And before you came to the district, were you also in the education field?
Yes,
And tell me about that.
I spent a little over 30 years in the Glendale Unified School District.
And in what positions did you hold in Glendale?
Teacher on special assignment, principal, assistant principal, and director at the district level.
Are you Ms. Escamilla's supervisor?
I am not.
Do you recall an incident that occurred on August 29th, 2023 involving respondent Leda Escamilla?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was an incident where I was sitting in as the assistant principal at the high school. They did not have an assistant principal at that time, so I was serving as the assistant principal. And Ms. Escamilla, I was sitting in the office, the assistant principal's office, and Ms. Escamilla came in very visibly bothered and shared that she did not feel comfortable being at school, being on the campus, did not feel safe because of a coach that was there, Coach Turner, that was there.
Did she tell you why she felt that way about Coach Turner?
Yes, she shared that she has information that he has had a history of violence against women, domestic violence and drug and gang activity.
Did she state that she had experienced any conduct by Mr. Turner towards her that caused her to feel unsafe?
No, she did not.
And what did you say in response?
I asked her, well, I tried to calm her down and assure her that she would be fine. And I told her that, to my understanding, the coach was not on campus during that day. And how she had that information, how did that information come to light? She said that she has that information, and the information was also shared with the district administration, but nothing was being done with that information. And so she wanted to make sure that everyone knew.
Would you mind slowing down a little
Of
bit?
course.
Thank you.
Did she tell you where if I understand your answer, that did she tell you she had information regarding these allegations or this supposed conduct?
She shared that she had information about his history,
His
about
history?
these allegations.
And were these documents, to your understanding?
I believe so. Yes, they were documents.
Did she tell you where she? Did she tell you where she got these documents?
Yes, not exactly when I was sitting in the AP office, but when we were having a conversation with Dr. Wolf, when I shared the information with Dr. Wolf as well. And later was in the room, she came in as well and reshared what she had shared with me with Dr. Wolf. And she shared that she had received them from the courthouse. She had retrieved them from the courthouse. She shared that nothing was being done by the district administration. And so she was doing her due diligence and went and got the information.
Did you have an understanding of what she meant by due diligence?
No, I just understood her as taking it upon herself to get the information, since there, in her opinion, there was no follow-up from the district.
Is the health services assistant a management position?
At the school site?
Right.
No.
Is it within the scope of that position to investigate employees?
It is not.
Who is Susan Wong?
Susan Wong is a parent in our district.
And well, let's go back to August 29th. Did you receive a packet of materials from Ms. Escamilla?
I was provided a packet while we were in the Medical Arts Academy classroom by Miss Escamilla.
And how did?
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Stores are so heavy.
Okay, I'm good.
That's quite an entrance.
Some water. I actually broke a foot that way. Okay,
Proceed.
thank you. Let's see. So we were talking about when you received the packet of materials. Can you tell me how that occurred?
We were in the medical arts classroom doing an observation. We had the superintendent with us. We had Dr. Wolf, the school principal, with us. We had visitors from Pasadena City College because our medical arts academy involves dual enrollment. And so they were coming to visit. And so we were observing the classroom, and Miss Escamilla came in and distributed packets to each of us.
Okay, did she say anything to you?
No,
Did you hear her say anything to anyone?
no,
And instruction was occurring at the time, is that right?
correct.
What happened after you received the packets?
We did not open them because I did not open them because we were in a classroom with students and instruction was occurring. And then Dr. Delatorre asked that we hand over the packets to her.
Okay. Do you know why the superintendent took the packets?
No, I do not.
Did you become aware that respondent provided the packet to Susan Wong?
No, I do not know that she, for sure, with confidence, that she handed it to her.
Okay. Are you aware that Ms. Wong received the materials
Yes, she did share that she received it via email.
via email, but you're not certain from whom? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. She did not want to disclose.
Did she say why she didn't want to disclose?
She shared that she did not want to disclose that information because she did not want to get anyone in trouble.
Did you have a sense of how somebody might get in trouble for disclosing that information?
No, I did not want to speculate.
Speculate. Did you work with Nate Turner?
I did.
And in what ways did you work together?
We had a lot of interaction with regards to district operations. Once he was hired, we were introduced, we gave him a tour of the school. He would reach out to me for questions regarding certain protocols and procedures that were pertinent to the district.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Turner?
Very professional,
Did you feel threatened by him in any way?
not at all.
Did you ever see him behave in any way inappropriate or threatening to any staff or students?
Not at all.
Did you ever receive a complaint that Mr. Turner acted in any inappropriate way with staff or students?
Nope.
No further questions.
Dr. Richter, I'm Guy Glazier. I represent Ms. Escamilla. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting before.
We've not. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Going back to August 29th, I think you testified that when Ms. Escamilla came to you, you had to console her. She was upset.
I tried to calm her down, yes.
And in fact, you told her, it's okay if you need to go home for the rest of the day.
No, I did not tell her that.
Okay. You stated that Ms. Escamilla stated to you that she got the packet from the sheriff's department,
No,
from the courthouse.
correct.
Did she ever tell you she got it from the sheriff's department?
No, not to my, not that I can recall, no.
Is it possible that Ms. Escamilla told you that you can get it from the courthouse?
I don't recall.
It could have been that. She could have said, look, you can go, these are public documents, you can go get them from the courthouse.
Well, if they're public documents, I would know that, yes.
But that's not really my question. My question is, Ms. Escamilla told you that,
I don't recall that.
but that could have happened.
Well, anything could have happened, but I don't recall her stating that to me.
Fair enough. And with regard to due diligence, do you recall Ms. Escamilla telling you that she was complaining that the district wasn't doing anything and that the district needed to do its due diligence?
No, not in those words. In her words to me were that the district has this information and nothing was done or is being done. But she took it upon herself to do her due diligence and retrieve those documents from the courthouse.
Do you recall Dr. Wolf stating to Ms. Escamilla during that same meeting that he was going to need to see those documents?
No,
Nothing further. Thank you.
I have nothing further.
nothing
I have a quick
further.
question.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused about the timeline of the day, August 29th. Can you, to your best recollection, when, Mrs. Escamilla came in, like what was it directly when she came in to work and then when she talked to you and Dr. Wolf and then the classroom?
The timeline of how that
Yeah,
unfolded.
just how it unfolded with the packets and then the packets collected. So
Sure.
just so I have a better idea of the day.
Of course. It was a morning. Early morning, probably not first thing in the morning, but very early in the morning. When I was in the assistant principal office, the AP office, when Miss Escamilla came in. At that point, after she came in and shared with me, she had left. I went outside to greet our guests that were coming. Ran into Dr. Wolf. Went into Dr. Wolf's office to share with him what Miss Escamilla has shared with me. Miss Escamilla came in at that point and shared with me to both of us. We then walked out and escorted our guests to the Medical Arts Academy. And that's where Miss Escamilla came back and distributed the packets.
So like, what time was that class, I guess, is what my question is.
I don't remember what period that was.
Okay. thanks.
Any other questions?
So, Dr. Leonard, so she talked to you about the issue 3 times that day, in the morning and at the Dr. Wolf and with the PCC president?
No, only twice. There was no conversation about the packet or its contents or what she shared earlier with me. It was only in the morning in the assistant principal office and in Dr. Wolf's office.
Dr. Office.
Anything further of this witness?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's almost noon, so let's take an hour-long break, so about 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, we're going to exactly address it. I think the entire
Okay.
binder set will be admitted. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, right now it's 1:04 PM. We come in for the meeting.
All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, if we may, the council and I have discussed the exhibits and admitting the set of exhibits You're agreeable to admitting the 4 binders all as one in one swoop so that we don't have to admit each document by document.
Okay, so all the exhibits are
Exhibits
admitted?
1 through 52
Okay,
are admitted, and 42 is a blank and it's noted as withdrawn. So when you see that in your binder, you'll know why.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's proceed. Call your next witness, please.
Our next witness will be Nancy Krajcik. Yes, Krajcik. Yeah, there's a lot of cords, so be careful.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
State your name for the record, please.
Nancy Krajcik.
Okay,
And would you spell it for the record as well?
Yes, it's Krajcik.
And what is your current position?
I'm actually retired.
Are you a former law enforcement administrator?
Yes.
But you were not a sworn, that doesn't mean you
No.
were a sworn officer?
No, I was non-sworn.
Okay. What was your first position as a law enforcement administrator?
I was hired by City of Redondo Beach as a police services specialist in 1989.
And what did you do as a services specialist?
Police services specialist was in charge of maintaining all police records created and held by the City of Redondo Beach.
What kind of duties did you hold in that position?
Well, we did all kind of office jobs, but our main duty was processing and maintaining the integrity of all police reports, evidence. We prepared misdemeanor filings for court, prepared felony paperwork for felony filings, and we were in charge of the release of documents.
Okay, and how long were you in that position?
I can't remember the exact date, but I believe about 7 years. And then I was promoted to lead police services specialist.
Say that one more time.
Lead
Lead.
police services specialist.
Got it. And how long was that in Redondo Beach?
Yes, yes.
And how long were you, did you serve in Redondo Beach Police Department?
I left Redondo end of October 2002.
2002. And after you left Redondo, did you take on another position supporting?
Yeah,
Police
yeah.
administration?
yes.
I know a court reporter is taking everything down, so we have to be careful to
Okay.
not talk over.
Yes, we relocated out of state. And before I even left Redondo Beach, I was hired by the Stevens County Sheriff's Office in Colville, Washington.
Okay. And what was your position in the Washington Sheriff's Department?
Administrative records.
Okay. And what were your duties in that role?
It was a small agency, so we did all the office work, but we also maintained and processed and made sure all police reports created by the Stevens County Sheriff's Office were correct and accurate. And we prepared the documentation to provide to the prosecutor's office for filing. We were in charge of release of documents and records. We registered sex offenders and completed all the paperwork for that. Just anything within the Sheriff's Department of records.
Related to records?
Yes, yes.
You mentioned release of records.
Mhm.
Is that a particular area of, well, strike that. Let's go back. What, how long did you work for the Washington Sheriff's Department?
I got hired in January roughly of 2003, and I stayed there until I retired in April of 2024. So 21
So what was your total years?
total years in law enforcement records, just under 34 years.
And did part of your duties include training in the confidentiality of police records?
Yes, when I was promoted to lead police services specialist at the city of Redondo Beach, I was sent to training to become the department's train the trainer is what they called it. And I provided training to all sworn and non-sworn personnel in maintenance of records, use of the state systems, the wanted persons, stolen vehicle system, and release of documentation.
This was in Redondo Beach.
Yes. Mhm.
Are all law enforcement personnel required to take the training related to confidentiality of records?
To my knowledge, yes.
Now, is there, are both police and sheriff considered law enforcement?
Yes.
The district asks that the board recognize Ms. Kretschik as an expert related to law enforcement records.
Objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this witness is qualified for that role in Redondo Beach, which has nothing to do with this case. She
Overruled.
also did not work for the LA Sheriff's Department, if I heard correctly, I think. So she doesn't have expertise in anything that would matter in this case.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Answer.
Are the laws governing release of records state law?
Yes.
Have you testified as a witness before?
I have testified in, well, I guess I would have to say yes.
Okay. As an expert witness?
Not an expert witness, no.
Now, what did you prepare or review to prepare for your testimony today?
The documents received by counsel, I reviewed and watched post video on records training. I reviewed some penal code sections and government code sections.
Were those sections that you were familiar with based upon your work in records maintenance?
Yes, and to update my knowledge.
And the LA Sheriff Policy Manual, is that something you reviewed?
Yes, that was part of the documents provided.
Okay, and a video that's prepared by the LA Sheriff's Department regarding records retention and confidentiality?
The post video.
Post
Yeah,
video is what it's called.
Police officer standard of training video.
Okay. Are all public records available to the public?
No,
Why is that?
well, all documents created by a public entity could be public records, but then you have to apply the exemptions under government codes and penal code sections. So not every document created by a public entity is releasable to the public.
Okay, can you take a look at, next to you are some binders. If you look at the first binder, tab 3, so it's binder 1, tab 3. I've gotten out of order, I don't know.
This one says. I'm not sure if this is binder 1.
It should be binder 1, tab 3.
Nope, it's not it, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, I know they got out of order when. Do the.
Okay. This is
Of
it.
course, the last.
Sorry, the last one.
No problem. So we're looking at tab 3.
Okay, yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And did you see these documents under a confidentiality agreement?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked to use your experience and expertise to evaluate whether these are public records?
Yes.
Let's go through them. Looking at 3-1 through 3-2, I'm sorry, 3-3. Can you tell me if, in your opinion, these are public records?
No, they're not public records.
Let's keep going. With the rest of these documents, starting at 3-4 through 3-13, are these public records?
No, they aren't.
Can you tell where these records were generated from?
No, I cannot tell. I can guess, but I cannot tell for sure.
If we look at 3-1, does that tell you where that document comes from?
Well, it tells me that it is a Los Angeles County Sheriff's incident report.
But you're making a distinction that you don't know where it came from.
Right, well, I'm assuming it came from their database, but how,
How
yeah,
that happened, you don't know.
I don't know.
I
Yes,
appreciate the distinction.
yes.
Okay. And each of these records, is your answer the same for each of the records that they came from or appear to have come from a database from the County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department?
Yes, the only one I have question about is 3-13. Example or exhibit 3-13.
And what is your understanding of this document?
Well, this appears to me to be a request by an individual. And I'm assuming it's Amaris Bell. The copy is hard to read. For the Sheriff's Department to serve documents, some sort of documents on Nathaniel Turner. In a civil case. So some kind of civil papers were being served upon Nathaniel, and this was a request for service.
Is this something you would call an instruction sheet?
Yes.
Is this an internal Sheriff's Department record?
Some sheriff's departments, some have their own forms, some attorneys come in if they're representing a individual, and I'm assuming that this signature at the bottom, it doesn't look like Amaris Bell signed that, so I'm assuming someone came into the Sheriff's Department on behalf of Amaris Bell and had documents that wanted to be served. That's what I'm assuming this sheet is. So I'm not sure that this came from the Sheriff's Department database.
Okay. What does this sheet tell you the instruction was?
To serve documents under case number, and the case number is written, so that's a court case number. To serve documents on a Nathaniel Turner, giving description of him, what he did for a living, where he works, the hours he works, and where he works at, to possibly give them more information or help them get him served with these
They
documents.
want to serve him with something, and this is where they could do
Right,
that.
right.
And does that indicate a location?
Well, it has an address of 2701 Huntington Drive, so that would be one address to serve at.
And above that where it says San Marino.
A high school to serve at, and it says his hours of work
So the intention was,
to serve at either one of those. This is information to help help the sheriff's department get these documents served.
so other than this, what we'll call instruction sheet, it's your testimony that these are not public records.
Correct.
3-1 through 3-12,
Yes,
and they include fingerprints.
yes.
They include driver's license at 3-10 or some kind of photograph. Birth date,
Right. Those documents appear to be part of the booking process when this individual was brought into the county jail, Los Angeles County Jail.
um, Can you take a look at tab 6 on page 8?
So 6-8.
Correct, that's the page.
Okay.
Do you know what this document is?
Well, it looks like it's part of the policy manual and procedure for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Correct. Looking at 3-09/110.10 responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read the bullet points?
Only active law enforcement officers and authorized civilian criminal justice personnel acting within the scope of their duties are allowed to disseminate or receive criminal records information.
Okay, you don't need to read the second one.
Okay,
Actually, that's all I need from. Is that your understanding? That there's a limitation on the ability to receive and disseminate records
yes,
because they're not public, right?
right. And our rule of thumb was there's always a need to know and a right to know, and you might have the need to know it, but you don't have the right to know it, or you might have the right to know it, but you don't need to know it.
So these records that are not subject to disclosure, are they privileged and confidential?
Mhm.
Is that a
Yes.
yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Um, regardless of whether a document is public or not disclosable, is there a process that has to be used to obtain records from the LA Sheriff's Department?
I can't speak for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I can speak for the agencies that I've worked with and the agencies that I've dealt with, during my career. There has to be an audit trail of all documents released. And normally, and as long as the laws are applied, then each individual agency may develop their own policies and procedures as how to meet those laws and to release those documents. I don't know of any agencies, either the ones I've worked for, the ones I've dealt with, sister cities, other agencies that didn't have a precise procedure on the request and release of documents. It's normally done in writing. Sometimes things can be released over the phone, but it's very limited because you have to know who you're talking to on the other end, and that can be difficult. So there's always a paper trail documenting who requested the documents, why they wanted it, and then what was actually released to them, and that's kept for audit purposes.
Okay. And is that because those records are especially protected as privileged and confidential?
Well, you never want to release anything that may harm someone, or the information in that document may put someone in jeopardy, interfere with a case that may be pending. And once that document is released to the public, you have no way to control what that person is going to do with that document. So you really have to keep close track of what you're releasing. For those reasons, confidentiality, safety, integrity of an investigation.
Integrity of an investigation.
Mhm.
And the fact that in many cases it's allegations and not convictions or final.
Correct.
Determinations.
That's huge.
When you say that's huge, what does that mean?
Well, the general public, how do I want to say this with, allegations are just that, allegations, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So, but people tend to sometimes, if they hear someone's been accused of something, that, they don't keep an open mind. There might be extenuating circumstances, there might be evidence that proves otherwise. So just because someone is accused of something doesn't mean they actually did it or they're convicted of it. So you don't want to throw that information out there.
It could be
And-
damaging.
Oh, totally damaging. Yes.
Are you aware of the consequences for an employee of local law enforcement who obtains law enforcement records without a valid law enforcement purpose?
Yes.
And what is that?
Discipline up to and including, termination and possible criminal charges.
Are you aware of the consequences for an employee of a local law enforcement to distribute law enforcement records to friends, acquaintances, or retired law enforcement, or any other person who's not entitled to receive it?
They could, same thing, discipline, they could be terminated, criminal charges could be filed.
And is that something that may result in an internal investigation?
Yes. Yes.
And are you aware of the consequences for a person who receives or possesses the record or information without, that is not a sworn law enforcement officer?
That is just the general public that has received.
Correct.
I really don't know. I don't know that. I
Okay.
can't answer that.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Would you be surprised to know it's a misdemeanor?
No, wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Okay.
Ma'am, my name is Guy Glazier. I represent Ms. Leda Escamilla in this case. Just a couple of questions. I just want to make sure the training that you provided to trainers, that's all Redondo Beach Police Department? That was limited to the Redondo Beach Police Department work?
On California state law post standard of training for officers in California.
Right. Yeah.
But the training I specifically gave was to that department.
That's what,
Yes,
that's my
yes,
question.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it was limited to the Redondo Beach Police Department.
Correct.
On this, on exhibit 3, which is the, other than the instruction sheet, all of the other documents that you said were, confidential documents. You mentioned that it looked like they came from a database. we can't tell at all that these came from a database, right? This could just
No.
be a copy of an incident report.
Correct, and I'm assuming that it came from the Sheriff's Department database.
Now, why would you make that assumption? It seems to me that we could also just as easily assume this is somebody made a copy of a written incident report.
True, that's very true. However, knowing law enforcement agencies, and especially the size of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, I'm sure their information, almost positive, is stored in a database. And most agencies are trying to go paperless. So information is stored, and officers have laptops now, and they're creating their reports right from their laptop and sending it right to the records management system. So I'm assuming that that's how the Sheriff's Department is. Do I know for a fact? No, I don't.
Right. Now, and then look really quickly, if you wouldn't mind, at page 6-12, 6-8 again,
Tab 6.
tab 6, page 6-8, right?
Okay.
And you read a section of 3-09/110.10 responsibility. That places the responsibility for maintaining confidentiality of records such as this with the unit commander, does it not?
Yes.
And let's go back to page, sorry to make you jump around in the notebook, exhibit 3 again, starting with 3-1. I think you were at, and
3-1.
3-1, yeah.
I'm sorry.
And then flipping through all of this stuff, I think you were asked about what might have been confidential information, including a driver's license number, a phone number. Is there for the purpose of the individual named here as the arrestee, Nathaniel Turner, is there a driver's license number, social security number, address, phone number listed?
Yes.
Where do you see that?
Well, there's his date of birth. And then if you go further, I think it was on let's see, booking sheet shows personal information.
And sorry, which page are you on now?
Oh, I'm sorry, 3-7. That's his date of birth on there.
Yeah, I didn't actually ask about date of birth.
Right.
So I asked about driver's license, social security.
No,
address.
I don't remember specifying that social security but even this personal information, date of birth is not releasable.
But it's not here. It's not on these documents that I can tell, other than the date of birth, which I'm not asking.
Oh, social security and driver's license are not on there.
Right. And neither is his address or phone number. But
No,
at least that I
that
can.
misstates
I-
the
I-
documents.
I'm just asking if you can find it, because I didn't.
3-7, 3-8. Or, I'm sorry, 9.
I'm sorry. I forgot my glasses, so bear with me
No
here.
problem. I have to keep going up and down with mine, so.
On 3-9,
Right,
oh, I'm sorry, that's the location of arrest, I'm sorry.
right.
That's his.
Yeah. No, his address isn't on there.
Okay. Nothing further from this witness. Thank you.
A real quick redirect.
What's this now?
At tab 6
Tab 6
-8,
dash 8, okay.
council asked you about the unit commander.
Mhm.
Does that suggest to you that only the unit commander has the responsibility to ensure that law enforcement records are maintained confidentially?
To me, this tells me that the unit commander is in charge of making sure that all employees adhere to the department policies and procedures in releasing documents. So maybe he might assign a release of a document to somebody else, but to me, this says he's in charge.
So he's in charge, but not the only person that is,
Correct,
okay.
correct.
And if you look at the third bullet point, could you read that one as well?
Yes, knowingly releasing criminal records, information to unauthorized personnel such as friends, acquaintances, or retired law enforcement officers is a misdemeanor.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
No further questions.
No further questions.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can
Thank
I
you.
have a quick question?
Oh, yeah.
So I know that the section 3.9 you just read, the unit commander isn't not supposed to release the information. But what about the person who asking the information? Are they gonna be also prosecuted? Do you know what I mean? Like you said that you're not supposed to release to your unauthorized personnel such as a friend, right?
Correct.
But what about the unauthorized person themselves? Is it gonna be also prosecuted normally?
The first,
The unauthorized person requesting the information.
Oh, that's not the scope of this
That's-
document.
oh, we went through this. It's the first bullet point.
Under 6, right?
And yeah, 6-8,
6-8, yeah.
Okay. I'm
bullet
sorry.
point 1.
So if I'm understanding what you're
Yeah.
asking, if
So this is conduct for the unit commander, right?
right.
Yeah, but-
So if
yeah.
an employee,
Yeah.
and please correct me if I'm not understanding,
Uh-huh.
if an employee went to the unit commander to request a copy of a document of record, and they didn't have the need or the right to know,
Uh-huh.
and then they disseminated that information outside of the department, is that person requesting, could they be?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so it's supposed to be a first person.
May I give an example?
Yeah.
We had an employee that had the right to know information with the city of Redondo Beach. She obtained records obtained through the police department and was taking that information and selling it to an attorney,
Uh-huh.
a civil attorney. She was she had the right to access that, but not to obtain those records because she didn't need those records to do her job.
Mhm.
She was making some money on the side. She was selling those documents and she was an internal affairs investigation and she was prosecuted criminally in a court of law misdemeanor.
And what happened to the civil attorney?
That I have no idea what happened to
In
him.
other words, the recipient of the records.
Yeah, sir, I have no. idea.
Beyond your
Yeah,
expertise.
beyond my involvement.
To clarify, that state law provides that only those individuals that are specifically authorized to receive confidential records may in fact receive them, and to receive them otherwise is a misdemeanor.
Correct.
Okay, I'm nothing further.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next witness.
Jason Rhodes, let's see if Jennifer.
Should I go?
Yeah, careful, we've got a maze.
Can I get your name?
Sure. Jason, Jason Rose, Rose.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And state your name for the record, please.
Jason Rose.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed by the district, Mr. Rhodes?
I am
And what is your position?
currently Executive Director of Human Resources and Risk Management.
And have you received training in human resources
I have.
specific to school districts?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the education codes and labor codes that apply to school districts and
Yes.
employment? How long have you been in the education field?
I believe this is either my 29th or 30th year.
Okay, tell us a little bit about what you've been doing all that time.
For the first 18, I was a teacher, middle school and high school, and then 8 years as an elementary school principal, and then the last 4 as human resources.
Okay. In your capacity as executive director of HR, are you familiar with the job description for the health assistant, health services assistant?
Yes.
And let's take a look at binder 1. Now, tab 1. And what is that document? Oh, tab 1.
Tab 1.
Yeah.
That is the job description for the health services assistant.
And what are the expectations for the health services assistant?
Administer first aid, help kids as they come in to the health office, maintain confidentiality, give suggestions for teachers that, when kids need help, things like that.
And that's a classified position?
Correct.
And it's not a management position, is it?
Correct.
Does it have anything to do with human resources,
Yes.
that position?
Yes. I mean,
In what way?
it's a position, it's an employee of the district.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that position have any duties that are related to human
Oh,
resources?
no.
No, that was my lack of clarity. What are the general expectations of the district for its employees?
That they keep the district in a good light, that they do what is best for the kids, that they, once again, that they promote a good working environment. They keep the confidentiality of the things that they are dealing with to themselves.
Are there board policies that address these expectations?
Yes.
4118?
Yes, that's, I believe, that's the one where you can be disciplined if you
Correct.
do not follow those.
We're testing you.
Yeah.
4119.21?
I believe that's where you are to, I think it's it's do what is,
You know what? We can look at tab 26. and that'll
26.
tell you.
is that,
It might be in the second binder.
'26?
I think that's right.
Oh, yeah, that they expect everyone to maintain the highest of standards.
And 4119.23 also on the next page. Same
Oh,
tab.
same tab.
next part, Yeah,
And that is to keeping everything confidential.
correct. Okay. Now, on about September 1st, did you receive a complaint from the respondent?
Yes.
Now, let's look at tab 10, that's in binder 1. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
Uh, Can you tell us the sort of a summary of what her complaint was?
That she believed that Mr. Turner was a danger to her and the other women on campus.
Did she complain in that document that she was threatened by Nate Turner on or before September 1 of 2023?
No.
And was Was there any allegation in that complaint that he was inappropriate towards any individual in the district,
No,
not on campus or at any time?
correct, no.
Um, Did you receive a complaint from Nate Turner?
I did.
Okay, and let's look at tab 15. Is that a copy of the complaint you received?
Yes.
And can you tell us kind of a summary form of what his complaint was?
His complaint was that Ms. Escamilla had created a kind of a hostile work environment based on the rumors that she was spreading about him.
Is there an indication of what you refer to rumors?
Based on the personal information and the allegations from his former girlfriend and things like that, that she was passing around.
Okay. And what did you do in response to these complaints, both Ms. Escamilla's and Mr. Turner's?
We hired an independent third-party investigator to investigate it.
And did he provide you an executive summary related to that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide that to respondent?
Yes.
Did you read the executive summary?
Yes.
And you said it was prepared by the neutral investigator and not
Correct.
by the district.
Correct.
Now, the investigator noted that Ms. Escamilla made no allegation of conduct by Nate Turner that was a threat to her, correct?
Correct.
Can you read the first, or I'm sorry, the last line of the first paragraph on exhibit? Well, I should give you the exhibit first. 13.
13.
And if you go to page 2. Can you read the last line of the first paragraph?
In her complaint, Escamilla points to no specific conduct by Turner toward her that was a physical threat.
And did he also find that some of the materials in the packet were not public information?
Yes, correct.
And if you look at 13-2, the last paragraph starting with however, do you see that?
Starting with however.
13-2, last paragraph.
Oh, however, Turner's social security number, home address, and California driver's license number, quote unquote, personal records in the sheriff's department documents are not public records.
And did the investigator find her to be credible in the investigation?
No.
Let's take a look at exhibit 13-3, page 3. You see there where he discusses her statements regarding where she obtained the packet of information to be inconsistent.
Yes.
What does it say?
Escamilla told this investigator an unknown white male gave these documents to her at a school booster club meeting.
That the only comment it makes?
Then Principal Benjamin Wolf told this investigator that Escamilla told him she, Escamilla in quotes, had gone to the Pasadena courthouse and had gotten copies of documents that had the information she was talking about. Assistant Superintendent Lena Richter told this investigator that either Escamilla told her that she, Escamilla, got the documents from the sheriff's department or that she got the documents from the courthouse. Escamilla's statements to Wolf and Richter as to the source of the sheriff's department records is inconsistent with what she told this investigator.
Now, this investigator also looked into Mr. Turner's complaint, is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And as reflected in the executive summary, were any of Nate Turner's claims substantiated by the investigator?
Yes, some were.
And that's tab 15, I believe.
15.
Oh, no, that's not tab 15. We don't need to look at that right just yet. Did you experience disruption as a result of the dissemination of the packet of information about Nate Turner?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So there were issues at the high school that Mr. Turner made me aware of that I had to go and end up meeting with certain individuals at the site. Had to have kind of, what's the word, clear the air meetings about what is rumor, what is fact, what we've seen, what we're allowed to take into account, what we're not allowed to take into account. And so I had to end up having multiple meetings with different individuals with Mr. Turner as well as those individuals to kind of clear the air.
Do you think that the air was cleared?
I don't know if the air was ever completely cleared. At the time, they said that they understood, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
it was ever completely.
Did you have a sense of the community at the school site beyond the group that you met with?
Yeah,
And what was that?
it just, everything, it wasn't flowing the same way that it used to flow. There just seemed to be just kind of a disruption to the kind of the educational process that was going on at that site.
Now, in your meetings with the staff, did they reflect that they had heard or seen materials or information about Nate Turner?
Yes.
Yes. And were any of these staff members supervisors to Ms. Escamilla?
No,
And were any of them in a role to remedy district misconduct or a health and safety condition?
no.
And when did you first meet with respondent about this matter?
Oh, soon after we got wind of the packet.
Okay, and
I don't remember an exact date.
let's see, would you take a look at tab 14?
14.
And what is that?
It's an email from me to Miss Escamilla.
And what is feel free to take your time to review it.
This was a kind of a follow-up meeting or follow-up email based on our meeting, which looks like it took place around October 16.
What was the purpose of your meeting with Ms. Escamilla?
Was to kind of give her preliminary feedback of what the investigator who was investigating the original claim kind of found.
And what did you say?
I told her that the investigator found her claim unsubstantiated, and that the investigator found the claim filed against her, Ms. Escamilla, that she shared private and personal information about another employee to the public, that the investigator established that she was dishonest with the district in regard to the sources of the document, and that we were considering discipline.
Did she tell you where she got the documents?
She told me, honestly, it's been so long, but
Sure.
it was something that she got it from a football party.
Okay. And was that consistent with what she had told the investigator?
No, the investigator said that she had the multiple stories.
So is it typical to engage in a resolution meeting prior to discipline of an employee?
Yes.
And what resolution did you propose to Ms. Escamilla?
I believe we proposed that she could resign and that we would pay her benefits through the remainder of the year.
And what was her response to that proposal?
No, to the point where she said that, we should throw a parade in her honor for what she found.
Was there an expletive in that?
There was an expletive. I'm not sure if it was a fucking parade or a goddamn parade.
Okay. Was she discourteous to you in this meeting?
No, she wasn't discourteous to me, but she was assertive in her stance of that she believed she was correct.
Mm-hmm. Did she say anything identifying a statutory or regulatory violation by the district related to hiring Nate Turner or retaining Nate Turner?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Let's look at tab 16. That's also in binder 2. And it's 16-7. Is that your signature?
Yes.
And what is this document?
This is her notice of intent to dismiss with a
And-
statement of charges.
What's the purpose of it?
To let her know that we are disciplining and going for termination.
Is this a status, give her a status of her employment?
Yeah, it's letting her know that we intend to dismiss her, yes.
Okay. And was that served on the respondent?
Yes.
How was it served on her?
This one, I believe I brought to her house personally and left it at her doorstep after she opened up the little keyhole in her door and told me to leave it on her porch. left on our porch, and I believe we also sent it to her via email.
While you're close by, let's look at 17.
Okay.
And what is that document?
This looks like. Oh, this is a note to Dr. Lynn.
Is that her response to
Yes,
the notice of intent?
yes.
Dr. Lynn?
Lynn, L-I-N.
So was respondent provided with a pre-disciplinary hearing referred to as a Skelly?
Yes.
And who is Dr. Lynn?
Dr. Lynn at the time was our chief business official who oversaw the Skelly hearing.
Is that what you call a Skelly officer?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened during the Skelly hearing?
He heard Ms. Escamilla's side and heard our side, and then made a ruling of whether or not he upheld our recommendation.
And what was his conclusion?
That he upheld the district's recommendation.
The recommendation to dismiss?
Mhm.
Okay. And was respondent informed of that outcome?
Yes.
Let's look at tab 18. And what's that document?
This is our final notice of intent to dismiss.
That follows the Skelly hearing.
Correct.
And was exhibit 18 served on the respondent?
Yes.
Okay. I think you'll have to go to the next binder to look at 19.
All right.
Yes.
Mhm.
Just a second. And is that your signature?
Yes.
And what is that document?
That is a document, or it's a letter to Ms. Escamilla explaining that we're putting her on paid administrative leave.
And when you put her on paid administrative leave, what does that mean?
That means that she stays at home, or she's not to come on site, have any business with the district, not to conduct any work while we conduct an investigation.
Okay. And was she, and when you say investigation, that means into the termination?
Yes, or into the allegation, whatever is going on. So in this case, yes.
Okay. Let's look at tab 20. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
This was a letter from Mr. Glazier
And is that the response to the final notice?
to the, yes.
Okay, let's go back to 19. I
Okay.
wanted to ask a question about administrative leave.
Okay.
While she's on administrative leave, does she continue to be paid?
Yes.
Okay, and fully
Fully
compensated?
compensated, benefits do not stop, everything in essence, she gets to work from home, sit at home and collect a paycheck while we do what we need to do on our end.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's look at 21. This is a demand for hearing,
Yes.
and tab 22.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I should have finished with that. The demand for hearing is a request for a hearing
Correct.
signed by Ms. Escamilla.
Correct.
Okay. And then at tab 22, these are the collective bargaining provisions
Correct.
that govern the process.
The government that govern the process of how we dismiss.
Okay. Did the district amend its final notice of intent to dismiss?
Yes.
And look at tab 24. Is that the amended final notice of intent to dismiss and statement of charges?
Yes.
Okay. Was that served on the respondent?
Yes.
How was that served?
Mailed and emailed.
Did exhibit 24 have instructions to submit a demand for hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And does exhibit 24 include that demand for hearing form?
Yes.
Did you receive a response from respondent to the amended final notice of intent to dismiss?
No.
Okay. Did you receive a demand for hearing related to the amended final notice? Did you receive a demand for hearing related to the amended final notice of intent to dismiss?
No.
Okay, and then look at tab 25, please. And that's the fourth amended notice of hearing, correct?
Correct.
And what's the purpose of this?
Once again, this is to let her know when the hearing is going to take place.
Okay. And you said you're familiar with the education codes related to classified dismissal?
Yes.
And can you look at tab 27? These are the education code, the relevant education code sections.
$27?
Yes.
Yes.
And these documents were provided to respondent as part of the notices of intent to
Yes,
dismiss?
correct.
Okay. Did you ever receive any complaint regarding Mr. Turner's conduct towards staff or students while he was serving as coach of San Marino High School?
No.
Do you know of any students that left the team because of Coach Turner
No.
or that left the team? at all?
No. Not aware of any.
Did respondent or her husband, Patrick Escamilla, ever seek you out to discuss concerns just before disclosing records regarding Nate Turner?
No.
Now, why do you feel that dismissal is the appropriate discipline in this matter?
Objection. This is just the opinion of the HR director and invades the province of the board. The board is to make this decision, not Mr. Rose, not Dr. Rose, sorry.
Overruled. You may answer.
She disseminated information that was personal, which is something we do not do. She disrupted the educational environment for an entire school and to some extent an entire school district. She tarnished an employee's name. In some ways, I feel tarnished our district's name. And so.
I thank you. I don't have anything further.
You want to take a 10-minute break? We've been going a little over an hour. Up to you guys.
You want to take a short break?
Yeah, maybe a quick break.
Okay. 5-minute break.
Meanwhile.
What? Are you going to do the city club? No, I'm not.
People can finish.
Do we pause the recording during breaks?
What? Okay. Proceed, council.
You're set, right?
Yes.
It's all on me. Dr. Rose, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
We actually have met before at the Skelly hearing in this matter.
Correct.
I'm just going to go ahead and apologize up front. I called Dr. Wolf, Dr. Rose all morning long, and I may do the same with you. You both have 4 legs. He asserted that he's taller and more handsome than you. I want that on the record.
He is correct.
But, yeah, we all stipulated that. Let me start with Exhibit 12 in the first binder. That's your letter of October 30th. And I want to draw your attention to the penultimate paragraph where it says specifically, Mr. Gonzalez concluded that you obtained personal information about Mr. Turner that is not a public record and that you distributed those documents that contained personal information about him to others. just behind this letter, you do provide the executive summary from Mr. Gonzalez, and I couldn't find anywhere in Mr. Gonzalez's executive summary where he says anything like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Glacier, will you repeat that last statement that you said, please?
Sure. So in fact, I'll repeat the whole thing because it was kind of long.
Thank you.
Specifically, Mr. Gonzalez concluded that you obtained personal information about Mr. Turner that is not a public record and that you distributed those documents that contained personal information about him to others. And I asked the witness where in Mr. Gonzalez's executive summary that information might be because I could not find it.
Thank you for.
So my interpretation was the very last paragraph where there is some of the information in the sheriff's department record is a public record. However, Turner's social security number, home address, and California driver's license and the sheriff's department documents are not public records.
Right, but where do you see that he determined that Ms. Escamilla distributed those documents?
It would be a logical assumption that that was the stuff that was in the packet that she was distributing.
So Mr. Gonzalez never concluded that at all. It's simply your conclusion.
And there is not a direct sentence, correct?
Right. In fact, if you look at the very beginning of that paragraph that starts on page 12-3, Mr. Gonzalez specifically found there is insufficient evidence to support a finding that Escamilla unlawfully obtained the sheriff's department records. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 16, which is the notice of intent to dismiss. This is the original one of November 1st. This is signed by you. Did you draft the whole thing? Did you write it?
Yes, with the help of counsel.
Was Dr. De La Torre involved in the drafting of this at all?
No, that was between myself and counsel.
Okay. Anyone other than counsel assist you in writing it?
No.
Did you run it by Dr. De La Torre before sending it to Ms. Escamilla?
No.
Did you run it by either Dr. Wolf or Dr. Richter?
No.
Did you run it by anyone other than counsel before sending it to Ms. Escamilla or delivering it to Ms. Escamilla?
No, just counsel.
And with the same question, if I ask the same questions regarding tab 18, which is the final notice of intent, would all of your answers be the same?
Correct.
Do you have any personal knowledge that Ms. Escamilla provided the Turner packet, or the packet as it's become known in the parlance of this matter? Do you have any knowledge that Ms. Escamilla provided that packet to anyone other than Dr. Wolf, Dr. Richter, Mr. Chang, and then subsequently to her union president, Mr. Jacobs?
No, other than what I've heard through the investigation, but no, not personal knowledge, no.
Let's look at paragraph 5 of tab 16.
16.
Sorry, I'll get to that. So that's on page 16-2.
Huh?
It says, following your compilation of this information, you proceeded to share and distribute copies of this information, the packet, with other employees and parents of the district. But you don't have any personal knowledge of that.
No, that's what came out through the investigation.
I'm sorry?
That's what came out through the investigation. No personal knowledge.
What investigation? Are you talking about Mr. Gonzalez's investigation?
Yes.
And where in Mr. Gonzalez's executive summary do you see anything like that?
There's no direct sentence.
Right. How about paragraph 6 of the final notice, which is tab 18? So now, and this is the final notice, so you've done the initial notice, and then Ms. Escamilla provided her response at tab 17, and so now this is 18, which is the final notice. And again, it says, following the compilation of this information, you proceeded to share and distribute copies of this information, the packet, with other individuals, including but not limited to Dr. De La Torre, Board Member Chang, Mr. Wolf, I'm sure that means, and Dr. Richter. You say other individuals, including but not limited to. Who are the other individuals that are not listed here that you contend Ms. Escamilla distributed the packet to?
I don't have those names.
Would you agree that Mr. Turner had a violent history?
No,
Did you review the packet?
no,
Oh, so you don't know what's in the, you've never seen the packet?
I did not review it thoroughly. No, I've seen bits and pieces of it.
Have you ever reviewed the packet in its entirety?
I've seen bits and pieces of it,
But again, you have not reviewed the packet in its entirety.
not thoroughly, no.
Let's go to tab 2, which is the packet. And specifically page 2-1.
Two-1, you said?
Right. It appears to be a Las Vegas Sun 1999 article, and I recognize that this is from a very long time ago. Have you seen this before?
I believe, yes, I saw this article, I think. Yes.
Okay. So based on this article and the statements that Mr. Turner made to the reporter, and that he's quoted in this article, would you agree with me that while, yes, a long time ago, Turner does have a violent history?
No.
And then how about the second article at page 2-4? And again, recognizing this is a long time ago, 1999, would you agree that Mr. Turner has a violent history?
No.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Turner had several felony arrests?
No.
Let's look at, well, you can just go straight to, oh, sorry. Let me get to the right page. Look at exhibit 2-116.
2-116. Make sure I'm on the right. You said 2-116?
Right, 2-116, it says case access information on it.
Okay, then I am. Oh, I'm sorry, 116.
Yes.
Okay.
Have you seen this document before? This is part of the packet, and maybe you saw it at one point or another, I don't know.
No, I have not seen this.
Okay. Go to tab 3, which is a County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department incident report. Have you seen tab 3 before?
Maybe the first page.
And on that first page, the very first thing written in that's a series of words is assault with a deadly weapon, firearm. Can we agree that that's a felony?
Yes, if this is what I'm thinking it is, I think this was the allegation.
And then going back to page 2-116, I'll represent to you that Penal Code Section 1551-1 is, if you look it up, felony fugitive from justice. So
Okay.
Assuming that this is accurate information, you would agree with me now, I take it, that Mr. Turner has more than one felony arrest.
Arrest, yeah, maybe.
Right. That's all. And that's all I'm asking. I get that he wasn't convicted. I fully understand that. Would you agree that Mr. Turner has a history of documented domestic violence?
I'm not aware of any.
No,
I'm
right.
just aware of one allegation is all I'm aware of.
One allegation. So let's look at exhibit 2 again.
Okay.
And then we'll look at page exhibit 2-15. And this goes on for several pages. It is the declaration of an amorous bell in support of request for a domestic violence restraining order. Did you review this document?
I believe this is the one I know about, yes.
That's the allegation concerning domestic abuse of which you're aware.
Yes.
She includes in here, in her declaration, I'm gonna have to find it here, sorry, give me a minute. You go to Exhibit E as in Echo, which begins on page 2-33. So this is Exhibit E to the Amaris Bell application for a restraining order, and she attaches another request for a domestic violence restraining order from a few years previous. Amaris Bell's is 2022 and 2023. This one is by a complainant named Sunday Vetrovec and is from August of 2013. Did you read through Sunday Vetrovec's application for a restraining order?
No,
Does this look familiar to you? Do you remember looking at Exhibit E?
no,
Now that you've seen Exhibit E, would you agree with me that Mr. Turner has a history of documented domestic violence?
no.
Let's go back to Exhibit 16.
Oh, Exhibit 60.
Paragraph 8. That says on or about August 27th, 2023, you attended a parent meeting where you distributed and discussed the packet contents with other parents in attendance. Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
Other than what we discovered, no.
What do you, okay, other than what you discovered, what do you have that supports that statement? Anything?
That's where our understanding is,
Where did you get that understanding?
through all of the testimony from the witnesses that we received as far as the report summary.
Which witness, who said this? Who gave you this information?
Based on our findings from the investigation.
So we would, if you have evidence to back that up, we're going to find that in these notebooks, right?
Yeah, I would think so, yes.
Okay. If we go back to, well, actually go forward to Exhibit 17, which is Ms. Escamilla's response. And you go to all right. Thank you for your indulgence. Page 17-15. That's just Exhibit G2. So that's Exhibit G2 to Ms. Escamilla's response to the initial notice. And then behind that are pages Exhibit 17-16, 17-17, 17-18, 17-19, 17-20. And those are all declarations from parents, football parents, San Marino High School Titan football parents who attended the August 27th, 2003 meeting.
I'm
And
going to object, actually. These declarations, unless these people are going to be testifying as witnesses, their declarations are of no import here.
we've actually
They
already,
need to be subject to cross-examination.
well, we've actually already admitted them all into evidence.
They're admitted, but that doesn't mean that there's no objection.
Well, you can cross-examine on them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All of these, and by the way, these are all sworn declarations under penalty of perjury, and every single one of them disclaims that Ms. Escamilla was anywhere near the parent meeting on August 27th, correct?
I believe so.
Look at, sorry, I'm going to bounce you around here a bit. Page 6, so exhibit 16, page 16-4. Paragraph 11. It says on the same day, and if you go back a couple of paragraphs, on paragraph 9, it says on or about August 29th. So we're talking about that day because paragraph 10 says later that same day. Paragraph 11, on the same day, the district learned that you were distributing the packet to other employees at San Marino High School. So in paragraph 9, you've talked about Dr. Wolf, Dr. Richter, and Mr. Chang. Actually, I don't think Mr. Chang is listed in that paragraph. But in paragraph 11, you say the district learned that you were distributing the packet to other employees at San Marino High School. Who are we talking about there?
I believe she notified Mr. Jacobs.
Right, but that's the next day. This says on the same day.
I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a name.
Right. So you don't have any, as you sit here today, you don't have any basis for that first sentence of paragraph 11, am I right?
Misstates his testimony.
I'm sorry?
I said it misstates your testimony.
You can answer subject to the judge's rule.
You can answer the question.
Repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
Sure. As you sit here today, you don't have any basis for that first sentence on paragraph 11, correct?
Other than what I know to have happened that day, no.
Well, tell me what that is that you know that happened.
What I believe happened was that Ms. Escamilla was passing out the packet to anyone who would take it.
And do you have any witnesses to that effect? You.
Other than hearing from Dr. Delatorre, Dr. Richter, Dr. Wolf, that she was doing that.
So Dr. Wolf certainly did. He testified here earlier today, and he certainly did not say that. Dr. Richter testified today, and she.
Oh, are you
certainly did not say
testifying?
that.
We object to that. Do you have a question for him?
Yeah, if you give me a minute.
Well,
Dr.
That's
Rose
the question.
specifically did not say that. Dr. Richter didn't say that. We haven't heard from Dr. Delatorre yet, but anybody else that you think has information that Ms. Escamilla was just distributing this packet to anybody who wanted to see
I
it?
do not know exactly who on that day. No.
And then if we go to paragraph 12, I'm sorry, we're going to get to the exhibit first. Exhibit 18. Paragraph 12, which is on page 18-5. I'm sorry, paragraph. Sorry, we were talking about paragraph 11. So I want to compare the two paragraph 11s. No, I'm sorry. I want to compare the two paragraph 12s. So the paragraph 12 in the original notice of intent to dismiss says, despite the directive not to distribute the packet, you continued to do so, which caused a disturbance at the school site and created animosity against Mr. Turner and the district by the parents and community. A reporter also obtained a copy of the packet. You don't have any information that Ms. Escamilla provided the packet to a reporter, do you?
No.
And you say, despite the directive not to distribute the packet, you continued to do so. But I think we've established that you can't identify anyone else specifically that you claim Ms. Escamilla gave the packet to other than Dr. Wolf, Dr. Richter, and Mr. Chang.
Correct.
Now look at paragraph 12 on the final notice, which is on page 18-5. You changed the language here to, despite the directive not to distribute the packet and the assurance that the district was compliant with the law, you continued to provide dishonest information to others. What were you referring to there? What is the dishonest information that she provided?
I know when she spoke to me, the one answer that she gave me was that she got it from the party. And then through the investigations, through the summaries said that the story had changed.
Well, okay, but that's a secondary issue. That's about how she got the packet. There's a whole bunch of allegations against Ms. Escamilla concerning her statements about how she came into possession of the packet. That's not what paragraph 12 is talking about, right? This is despite the directive not to distribute the packet and the assurance that the district was compliant with the law, you continued to provide dishonest information to others. Or maybe it is. Maybe that's what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go backwards to paragraph 4 of the final notice, and that's on page 18-2. Paragraph 4 says, on or about August 21st, so now we're actually backing up about a week, 2023, you were informed by other staff members that the police had come to the district office to serve Mr. Turner with papers. And I'm gonna just ask the question now because it relates to the next set of words. Is there anything confidential about that? Is there anything confidential about police coming to the district office to serve Mr. Turner?
No.
You then reading further, you then contacted Cassandra Morning, the president of the school's booster club, and told her about the police coming to see Turner at school. There was no legitimate reason to contact a parent and provide this confidential information to them. So we've already established it's not confidential, but what are you basing this claim that Ms. Escamilla contacted Cassandra Morning, who is actually Cassandra Zapatorino, I think now, but
That is my understanding of the events of the day.
right, how did you learn that?
Through talking to Mr. Turner, and then also talking to, I believe, Dr. De La Torre.
So according to Mr. Turner and Dr. De La Torre, Ms. Escamilla contacted the booster president, Ms. Zapatorino.
That is my understanding.
Have you seen Ms. Zapatorino's declaration affirmatively and completely denying any such thing took place?
Yeah, I've seen her declaration.
Okay. Let's jump to August 16th, 2023. That's when you met with Mrs. Escamilla at the high school was Dr. Wolf present for that? And this is where you offered her
I don't believe so.
the option to retire at the end of the year. You don't think Dr. Wolf was
I
part of it?
believe it was just Mr. Jacobs.
Yeah, and he was pretty clear he didn't remember either, so that's probably right. You gave her 3 days to make that decision, right?
No, she was very clear on that day that she was not interested.
No, but when you presented the option to her, you gave her 3 days to decide.
That I don't.
She
remember.
didn't need the 3 days. We're agreeing on that, but
I don't remember.
you don't remember
No, I don't.
offering her 3 days to decide. Do you remember that she asked you what would happen if she chose not to, she asked you what would happen if I don't accept this offer? Do you remember that?
She may have asked that. I do not remember. It's been so long.
Yep.
I just remember she was very adamant that she was not interested.
And your response included, and it's in that email as well. So I take it that's an accurate summary of what happened. Your response was that you would pursue disciplinary proceedings and that you would refer her to the Department of Justice, correct?
If that's what I wrote, then that would be correct.
Right. Did you refer at any time? Did you refer Ms. Escamilla to the Department of Justice?
Not me personally, no. I don't know. We never did.
Did anybody, are you aware of anybody else associated with San Marino Unified School District who referred Ms. Escamilla to the Department of Justice?
The only thing I think I'm aware of is that they looked into where they got the records from, or where the records could have come from. That's one thing I know about Department. But I don't even think that was Department of Justice. I think that was through the Sheriff's Department. So no, I would say no.
Yeah. My question is, did anybody that you're aware of refer Ms. Escamilla to the Department of Justice? Did anyone that you're aware of, including yourself, ever refer Ms. Escamilla to any law enforcement agency?
No.
Not overlap.
We'll do our best. Yes, sorry about that. You indicated on direct examination that Dr. Lynn approved after the Skelly hearing, Dr. Lynn approved or agreed with the administration's recommendation to dismiss Ms. Escamilla.
Correct. Or he supported, I don't know what the right word would be, but yes, he.
Did Dr. Lynn issue that decision in writing, or was it just an oral agreement?
I believe it was in writing.
Do you have that? I've never seen it, so you don't have it.
Then if it's not in here, then.
Yeah. But you believe it was a
Thought
right?
it was, but
And then jumping to November, let me do the exhibit, sorry. Exhibit 19 in the
19?
second binder, yeah. This is your November 15th letter to Ms. Escamilla advising her that the district was going to go ahead and place her on administrative leave.
correct.
And you authored this letter, and then according to Dr. Wolf, you sent the letter to Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf delivered the letter to Ms. Escamilla and sent her home. Is that right?
Is that what that's what Dr. Wolf said?
Yeah. Do you remember that?
I don't
specifically?
remember that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So in this letter, you say that you're notifying her that the district is conducting an investigation into allegations of misconduct. What investigation are you referring to there?
Allegations of distributing information about an employee.
But hadn't that investigation already been completed? This is quite a bit after Mr. Gonzalez finished his investigation.
It's standard notification.
Wha-
So sometimes we may be ongoing still. So
Was it ongoing?
honestly, I don't recall at the time. I wasn't conducting the investigation, so I did more of the notifying.
Yeah, and this timing is important. Mr. Gonzalez, the so-called independent investigator hired by the administration to conduct the investigation into both Ms. Escamilla's complaint and Mr. Turner's complaint, that was completed and delivered to Ms. Escamilla on October 15th, right?
Right. There was another one. There was another investigation.
Right, and that's much later by Ms. McGovern, right?
Correct.
That's an investigation into something that has nothing to do with this hearing. That's an investigation into a board complaint that Ms. Escamilla filed, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and she certainly hadn't done so by November 15th. So again, I'm curious as to what the investigation is that you're referring to here at the very beginning.
So it's still the investigation that we're still making sure that that is whether or not Ms. Escamilla should be terminated or should be dismissed.
So what steps still needed to be done after Mr. Gonzalez had concluded his
We
investigation?
still have to make sure that that's Mr. Gonzalez's recommendation, but he does not decide what we do.
Right. What steps did you take what steps did you take in an investigatory capacity after Mr. Gonzalez's investigation was
Assessing
complete?
his report.
Assessing his report. Okay. And so you're placing, so why place Ms. Escamilla on administrative leave here on November 15th? Why not place her on administrative leave back when the investigation was actually ongoing?
This is when we felt it was appropriate.
Why did you feel it was appropriate at this point? What had changed?
I couldn't tell you. I can't remember back to that point.
Did anything change?
I don't remember.
Upon completion of the investigation, your status shall be reassessed and you shall be notified accordingly. Was Ms. Escamilla's status ever reassessed?
Yes,
When?
when we gave her the dismissal packet.
I guess the final dismissal packet. Following Ms. Escamilla's disclosure, I'm going to shift gears on you here, going all the way back to August 29th of 2023. Following Ms. Escamilla's disclosure on that day to Dr. Wolf and Dr. Richter,
Hmm.
who told Nate Turner about Ms. Escamilla's complaint?
I don't know.
You testified on direct that you had never received a complaint previously about Mr. Turner from any staff.
Yeah, not that I can recall, no.
How about Michelle Kuros? She made a complaint directly to you
No,
concerning Nate Turner's inappropriate behavior toward her, didn't she?
no.
You're not aware of any complaint by Michelle Kuros forwarded?
Never submitted to me in writing, no.
How about orally?
Not that I can recall, no.
I want to, and I know I'm jumping around here, but let's go all the way forward to November 30th, 2023. That's, and you alluded to this in your direct testimony. You held a meeting at the high school with, I believe, Dr. Wolf and Mr. Turner and several of the high school staff members concerning rumors going around about
Correct.
Mr. Turner's background. Do you recall that meeting?
Correct.
Do you recall Michelle Kuros and Debbie Cribbs being present for that
Yes.
meeting? Was Dr. Wolf present for that?
In that meeting with those two individuals, yes.
You informed the staff members that the rumors about Mr. Turner concerned a different Nate Turner than the high school football coach, correct?
No.
What were the rumors that you were referring to?
The rumors of the information that he was, what's the word? Abusive, or that he had a gang background, or he was a drug dealer, those rumors.
And Mr. Turner,
And he had I'm sorry, and then he had like a, whatchamacallit, that he had, what's the word I want to use? A background that wouldn't pass a background check, and that all that type of stuff, those types of rumors.
do you recall Mr. Turner stating to those staff members, Ms. Kuros and Ms. Cribbs, that they could Google his name and learn bad information and good information, but that he was not the bad Nate Turner?
I don't remember him saying that, but
Okay, sorry, that took so long. Finally found it, what I wanted at exhibit 20, which is in binder number 2. page 20-54. So this is a declaration of Michelle Quiros, and she discusses that November 30th meeting that you had with staff and declares under penalty of perjury. We were
Wait,
in,
I'm going to object again. Unless you're planning to have Michelle Quiros come as a witness that I can cross-examine her, that the declaration by itself is objected to. The document that was admitted was the response of Ms. Escamilla, drafted by her counsel, or at least under the heading of her counsel's law firm. And this is an attachment to that document.
and Judge, it's already been admitted into evidence, so.
Saying what was admitted was the document. This is an attachment to the document.
No, the binders were admitted into evidence. Everything in the binders was admitted into evidence previously.
Okay, we're talking about exhibit 20-54.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I'll allow the questioning.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. Quiros says in paragraph 2, we were informed by Jason Rose that Nate Turner had been promoted to a position equivalent with athletic director and that we were to work cooperatively to assist Nate Turner. Is that accurate?
I would say no, that's not accurate. That's not what the meeting was about. It was to work cooperatively, but not, I wasn't notifying them of a position change or anything like that.
It then states Jason Rose stated that a lot of rumors were going around about Nate Turner, but that those rumors concerned a different individual with the same name.
No.
Not accurate.
Correct. Not correct.
Nate Turner stated that there are a lot of quote Nate Turners out there and that we could Google him and learn some bad information and some good information, but he was not the bad Nate Turner. You don't recall him?
I don't recall that at all. No.
How about the next part? During this meeting, Jason Rose confronted me and my coworkers about whispering in the office concerning Nate Turner. Did you do that?
We talked about having discussions about him, yes, and that we needed to remain professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they responded to that with, listen, we whisper because we're dealing with confidential information around students. And so we have to whisper in our area. It doesn't concern Nate Turner.
They may have said that. I don't remember hearing that, but they may have.
Okay. Did you ever contact either Amaris Bell or Sunday Vetrovec, the victims of Nate Turner in those domestic abuse applications? Did you ever instruct either Mr. Gonzalez or Ms. McGovern, the two independent investigators, to contact those victims? Did you ever ask Mr. Turner about I apologize if I asked this question earlier. Did you ever ask Mr. Turner himself about the contents of the packet?
I never asked him directly. He did share some information about some of the contents, but never asked him directly.
And what did he say? What did he say?
Just that they were allegations.
Did he deny them?
Yeah, he denied.
He denied the allegations.
He denied that, yeah, that they were not true.
Okay. I asked Dr. Wolf this and he just didn't know, which makes sense. He's not HR. But apparently in April of 2024, Mr. Turner was banned from the high school campus and told to report to and work from district offices. Is that accurate?
He was not banned. No, that's not correct.
So why did he come to the district to work and not be at the high school?
Because he felt that he was a hostile work environment.
This is April of 2024.
Correct.
So what gives the administration the authority to allow a high school employee like a football coach to basically move offices to the district? That's something you can just do, right? I mean, you can move somebody's office.
Can, yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Yes, please.
Proceed.
Let's start with Exhibit 11. Know what this document is?
No,
Can you see where it says, the next to the last statement starts with there being no appearance? Can you read that?
there being no appearance by or for petitioner, the petitioner's request for restraining order is discharged. All temporary restraining orders, if any, are dissolved. Case is dismissed without prejudice.
And what is the case that's being referred to at the top of the page?
This would be Amherst Bell versus Coach Turner, Nathaniel Turner.
And this is a court order, is it not?
Correct.
It's a minute order dismissing the Amherst Bell request for
Correct.
restraining order. Thank you. Now let's look at 14. Council was stating to you to the effect that there was a threat to refer Ms. Escamilla to the Department of Justice. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And in fact, if you look here, in your October 16 email, what does it actually say about the Department of Justice?
The district is looking into filing a complaint with the Department of Justice regarding the source of some of the documents.
Does it refer to Ms. Escamilla at all?
No.
Now, when you work with counsel and you prepare a notice of intent to dismiss, or specifically in this case, is that something that you personally are preparing based on all your own personal knowledge?
No.
Is it something that's done on behalf of the district?
Correct.
In your role as the executive director of human resources?
Correct.
So if you don't have the facts at your fingertips that may answer each and every one of the paragraphs, that doesn't mean they don't exist. Is that right?
Correct.
There's a lot of people involved in the situations involving Ms. Escamilla. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Let's go to 2-116. Council has referred you to the provision charges notes information
Mhm.
and refers to a charge section 1551.1.
Correct.
What does it say under disposition?
Dismissed or not prosecuted.
Council, let's go to 2-34. Regarding somebody named Sunday Vetrovic. Are you familiar with that name at all?
Not until today. No.
Does that have anything to do with the district?
No.
Has she ever been an employee of the district to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Is there anything associated with this document that reflects that it occurred at or on district property?
No.
What is the title of this document?
Request for domestic violence restraining order.
Okay, and then, so it's a request based on allegation.
Correct.
And at the bottom of the page, do you see where there's a black rectangle?
Yes.
And what does that say?
This is not a court order.
Correct. So these are allegations related to some unknown person's request for
That would
a
be my
restraining
understanding.
order. Okay. VA.
I have it open. Do you want me to?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
BETROVEC. Correct. Sunday. As in the day of the week.
Now, is it your understanding that Mr. Gonzalez found that there were several different accounts of what Ms. Escamilla had said about where she got the documents?
Correct, that's my understanding.
Do you know today if there's ever been a definitive answer from Ms. Escamilla about where she obtained those documents?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
And you're aware she's not testifying in this matter to explain that?
Correct, that's my understanding.
Give me 1 second. Let's look at tab 12, page 3-3.
I'm sorry, what's the exhibit number?
12-3.
Thank you.
Last paragraph.
Hmm.
What does that first sentence say?
There is insufficient evidence to support a finding that Escamilla unlawfully obtained the sheriff's department records.
And is that because she wouldn't say where she got the records?
Correct.
Objection
Thank
calls for
you.
rank speculation.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go to exhibit 2-7.
Doing recross?
What?
I'm objecting to him having further questioning of the witness since I finished my rebuttal.
Let's
I'm
just,
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm objecting to further questioning since I finished rebuttal. He's had his opportunity with the witness.
Well, I'll allow it.
thank you.
Recross, and I'll get to rebut again.
Yeah, you can go after me. That's fine. Look at page 2-77.
2-77.
And look down at the bottom. This one says this is a court order, correct?
Correct.
And this is the protected person that is protected by this temporary restraining order is Amaris Bell, correct?
Correct.
And then you can see over on the right-hand side, this was filed in Superior Court of California on June 30th, 2023.
Correct.
And then if you flip to page 2-86. Again, down at the bottom, this is a court order. Do you see that?
Correct.
And again, this is an order on request to continue court hearing. Again, Amaris Bell, the restrained party being Nathaniel Turner. And then over on the right, the date says August 15th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Looking at the same document, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Turner was present for the temporary restraining order hearing?
I'm not aware if he was or not. No.
And are you aware that a request for temporary restraining order can be issued without the appearance of the subject of the,
I believe so. I've never experienced it myself, so.
that's the good news.
Day's not over.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm assuming put all these back.
Yeah, thank you.
Back below.
Can I have
Oh, yeah.
one quick question?
Yes, sir.
So when I was looking at the 13-2, I'm sorry that I should have told you earlier.
Did you say 13-2?
Yeah, 13-2. It's from the investigation report that we wrote that the Connell's social security number was, distributed or something, but does the investigator actually found it out that any social security number in any document?
You'd have to ask the investigator. I don't know.
Okay.
This is his report, so I don't know.
Okay, so he didn't give you any evidence, anything like that?
No, that's not, no, they just give us
Okay,
the summary.
thank you so much.
I have a question.
Sure.
It's just about timeline again.
Okay.
Getting clarity. So the investigation executive summary was dated 10/25, right?
I believe so.
I don't know what exhibit that is. I'm sorry. I just have my notes here.
It's right behind number 10. Sorry, 13. It's at 13.
13, yeah.
So it's dated October 25th, exhibit 13. There is an email between you and Ms. Escamilla
Mhm.
prior to that where she alludes to a settlement offer.
Mhm.
That was before all of this was complete. What information were you going off of to provide a settlement? And then there's a part B for my question is, there is a reference to the union needing a charge packet.
Mhm.
Did you receive a response from the union and where do they stand?
Okay, so I'll make sure I get your questions right. So the first question was, what information were we going off of to discuss the offer, so to speak? Was our understanding of what was going on at the time of the distribution of the packet. And so, and then the answer to your second question was, no, the union never chimed in.
Never got involved?
No, union never got involved.
Did they receive a charge packet?
Charge packet is the notice to dismiss. That's the charge packet. So it doesn't go to the union, it goes to the employee. Mhm.
If I can clarify that, Mr. Jacobs was at the Skelly hearing, so he would have
Correct.
received at least the notice of intent to dismiss, is that
Yes, he
right?
was aware of it, yes.
Anything further of this witness?
All right.
Call your next witness.
Will do. Careful, we've got bit of a maze and lots of wires, so.
Yes, Linda. Last name Delatorre, D-E, space L-A, space, capital T-O-R-R-E. Welcome.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Dr. De La Torre. Nice. So are you employed by the district?
Yes,
And what is your current position?
superintendent.
And what is the role of the superintendent?
To oversee the administrative and operational and educational aspects of the school district.
Does that mean that you're involved in the day-to-day of human resources or the day-to-day of maintenance and operations?
In
Or,
terms of oversight, yes, but we have cabinet members who are responsible for those designated areas.
and they work on behalf of the district,
Yes,
as do you?
yes.
Tell us a little bit about the district.
So San Marino Unified School District is one of the smallest unified school districts in the state of California. It is also one of the highest performing school districts in the state. As a matter of fact, this past year, based on our CAST scores, we were the top performing unified school district in the areas of ELA and math.
That's incredible. And what do you attribute that kind of success to?
I would attribute our success to the caliber of our wonderful Board of Education, our leadership, in addition to our parent involvement and volunteerism. The contributions that our parents make to the school district is truly unique and incredible. I also firmly believe that we have outstanding, highly trained, exceptionally qualified educators in our classrooms and professional staff members.
Now, before you served as superintendent, did you hold any other positions?
Prior to serving as superintendent, I was the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, overseeing business services and human resources.
And how long did you serve as Director of Human Resources?
So going back, prior to the position of Assistant
Assistant.
Superintendent of Admin Services, I was Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Okay, sorry, I got
I
that mixed
believe
up.
that position started in 2008.
And how long did you hold that position?
13 years?
You trained in human resources?
Yes. Prior to that, I was the director, and prior to that, I was the coordinator.
So you're familiar with the laws governing the hiring of district employees, school
I am.
district employees. Including confidentiality of law enforcement documents?
Yes.
Who is Nate Turner?
Nate Turner is a former head varsity football coach, athletic coordinator, and substitute teacher for the school district.
And when was he hired to serve as the head coach?
It would have been in the spring of 2023.
And when he was hired, was he vetted through the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, every employee who is working with or around children must have an activity clearance, certificate of clearance, which includes a nationwide background check through the Federal Bureau of Investigation and a statewide check through the Department of Justice.
And to your point, Mr. Turner cleared that fingerprinting with DOJ and FBI.
Yes, he did.
When is a district not allowed to hire an applicant based on criminal history?
So pursuant to the California Education Code, the school district would be prohibited from hiring any person who has been convicted of a serious or violent felony.
Convicted.
Correct.
So the legislature has determined that a person who passes DOJ and FBI clearances is safe to have on your campuses.
Is eligible to be hired, yes.
Who is Cassandra Zapaterino?
Cassandra Zapaterino is a parent in the school district.
And did she also serve as a football booster president at one point?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did she communicate with you regarding the hiring of Nate Turner to serve as the head coach?
She did frequently. When we first hired him in the spring as booster president, she had an interest in knowing when he was going to start work so that she could connect with him and begin to plan all of the booster activities around his calendar and his schedule.
Okay, and we have a set of binders on next to you. If you look at, let's see, tab
Gotcha.
28, which I think is binder 2.
Are they all the same?
No,
Okay.
no. So we're looking for, it's which one? Binder 3.
Okay,
It'll be tab
3 of
20.
4.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry, tab.
tab 28.
20.
What
I'll take a-
exhibit?
28.
Sorry,
20.
tab 28.
28?
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
This is an email communication from Cassie Zapaterino to me, to the principal at the time, Jason Kurtenbach, copied to parents, John Wilson, Steve Park, Brent Bilvato.
And how is that email signed?
Cassie Zapaterino,
Is there any?
High School 2023-24 football booster president.
Okay. What is the purpose of this email as you understand it?
The purpose of this email is to inform the district that they had concerns about Mr. Turner.
In what way?
In that he, at the time, they said that rumors were swirling. They wanted him to be on campus and his fingerprints were not cleared right away. And so there was a delay in allowing him to actually be on campus.
Okay. Take a look at tab 29. And what is that?
This is an email from then principal, Mr. Jason Kurtenbach, to Cassandra Zapaterino, copied to me, copied to parents, John Wilson, Steve Park, Brent Bilvato, copied to the director of student activities, David Irier, the basketball coach and athletic assistant, Elizabeth Ruder, the administrative assistant at San Marino High School, Lisette Moggio, and the then assistant principal, Carlos Casample.
And what is the, is this a response to Ms. Zapaterino's email?
Yes.
And what is his response?
He's saying that he's thanking her for the email that she sent. He is being empathetic and saying, I can certainly understand the frustration and confusion, that we wish we could announce his employment. However, until all the paperwork is completed, we're not in a position to make a public statement and waiting for the DOJ's clearance. And he's saying here, sometimes they process fingerprints very quickly and sometimes it takes weeks. And reiterating that they are on day 6 of waiting for them. He is reassuring her that Coach Turner did fully accept our offer and has signed paperwork to that effect. And he's hopeful that we can put out a press release that week and host a meet and greet the following week. And he's committing to keeping her posted with any updates through this email chain.
Okay, and then if you take a look at Exhibit 30. Is that an email from Ms. Zapaterino?
Yes.
And what is that email?
She says, thank you for the update. To be clear, San Marino High School is still just waiting for the Department of Justice fingerprinting, et cetera, to come back. And then she puts in quotation marks, clean. And that is it, question mark. Then it's a done deal and we can move forward, question mark, Cassidy.
And then if we look at 31, tab 31. Is this an email that you authored?
31 is,
Maybe that
it looks
was
like an
30.
email that she authored. Cassandra Morning authored. And as a point of clarification, Cassandra Morning is also Cassandra Zapaterino.
Thank you, yes. Is at the, looking at tab 31, is that your email at the bottom of the 31-1?
Yes.
Okay, so it starts with yours and goes on to her email.
Mhm.
And what is the point of your email?
My email is basically just clarifying that whenever we hire an employee who works directly with students, they have to go through state clearance, through the Department of Justice and federal clearance. They have to go through both. It's my understanding is that one of these has cleared and the other was backlogged. And I believe it was the FBI that cleared first, which is the nationwide background check. and that the DOJ was backlogged. And I'm saying, please do not read anything nefarious into this, as I've spoken with other superintendents in the area who are experiencing these ridiculously long delays and are equally frustrated. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do except wait. Hopefully, we will receive clearance within the next couple of weeks.
And did she respond to that? I think it's in the prior page, yeah.
Yeah, she said, thanks for the response. I've done some research too, and I understand it is a complete anomaly for this process to take this long. Either way, as a booster president and the liaison between the parents and the school, I really think it is important for someone in the administration to reassure all the parents in the program, as well as the kids, that there is enough, in quotation marks, nothing wrong. If that is really the case, everyone is totally anxious / suspicious, especially because how things have occurred since our last coaches were fired is not the usual course of action taken by San Marino High School. And then she says, I would also like confirmation that if this hire does not go through for any reason, we have a backup plan that can be immediately implemented. It is mid-April. Please advise. Thank you.
What was your understanding of Ms. Zapaterino's emails regarding Nate Turner?
Principal Kurtenbach had informed me that she had requested to serve on the interview panel and was denied that request. Basically, the principal felt that there should not be parents on the committee at that time. It was staff only. And she, according to the then principal, Jason Kurtenbach, was very upset about that, not happy. And she had a candidate that she would have preferred be hired. And so she wasn't happy with the interview process.
And who was the candidate that she preferred to be hired?
I believe it was Jeremy Cisneros. I'm not sure about the last name, but I think it's Cisneros.
Did you have a meeting with Ms. Zapaterino?
In July of 2023, because there was so much back and forth going on, we decided to invite some of the booster parents to come in and talk with us in my office. The head varsity football position was shared with PT affiliates that handles summer school. They're a separate 501c3 from the school district. And they traditionally have hired whomever we have in that position to work for them as well. So Mrs. Stephanie Duncan is the president of PT affiliates and asked if she could be included in that meeting, since this employee was both employed by her and by the district.
Meaning Nate Turner?
Yes.
Or meaning who, the person who would be in the head coach position?
Yes.
Okay.
And so she attended that meeting on July 6th via Zoom. Everyone else was there in person.
And who's everyone else?
Cassandra Zapaterino was there. Steve Park was there. Daisy Wilson was there. I think that might have been it.
And that was after Nate Turner had been hired and
Yes,
cleared and
Correct.
fully employed by the district.
yes.
And what happened in that meeting?
They were given an opportunity to express their concerns, and they had a variety of different complaints that they talked about. And I had mentioned to Mrs. Zapaterino that there was a rumor circulating in the community that she was not happy with the selection. And I said I would very much appreciate being able to talk with her offline about that privately. And she said, no, if you want to say something, say it now. Say it here in front of all these people. I'm fine with that. And I said, I would really prefer to just speak with you privately. And she said, no, just say it. And I said, well, there's a rumor that you're very disgruntled over the fact that your ex-boyfriend, Jeremy Cisneros, was not hired for this position. And that now, you're coming after this particular coach. And she said, yes, I absolutely agree that the district should have hired Jeremy. He would have been a much better coach for this team. And Stephanie Duncan heard that. She was on the Zoom and heard that and commented, and there it is.
And what did that mean to you? And there it is.
It was just validating that what we had heard was in fact accurate.
And did you become aware of a meeting that was held at Ms. Zapaterino's house with members of the Football Booster Club?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn of that meeting?
Mr. Park called me to let me know that there was a meeting held, I think that was August 27th, and that there was a packet of information that an individual who he did not want to disclose had distributed amongst the parents who attended that meeting. And that there was some very disturbing information that was contained in that packet of information that they wanted to share with me. And he requested a meeting to bring the packet into me with the other parents and talk with me about their concerns prior to dissemination of the entire packet to all of the parents by the end of the week.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 32. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the email I was referencing, dated Sunday, August 27th, 2023 at 11:17 p.m. to me. Copied to Daisy Wilson, Phil, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, Piccanini, and Stephen Park, all parents.
And that's the email where he expressed to you the desire for a meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
he said, throughout the summer, I admired how you handled all the football drama after Jason's departure. I have appreciated your willingness to engage. Yes. So sorry, yes.
How you handle?
How you handled all the football drama after Jason's departure. I have appreciated your willingness to engage with parents and do what you can for our student athletes, the football program, and our schools in general. I know you have a million things on your plate, but several parents and I are asking you for an urgent meeting regarding the current football coach. And then the second paragraph is word spread that local law enforcement was on our high school campus recently to serve documents to Coach Turner. As a result, an individual researched and brought forth publicly accessible documents to a small group of football parents, some of which include myself, Daisy Wilson, Phil Piccanini, and Cassie Zapaterino. I can assure you that none of the above individuals began the research and requested it. But now we are privy to it and feel the need to share it with you and the rest of the football program families urgently. We feel it is necessary because it speaks to the character and tendencies of the coach and the feeling of safety for our kids in the program and under his leadership. He writes, the documents are disturbing. They involve alleged violence, abuse, harassment, and guns, with actions as recently as June 2023. He says, I have volunteered to lead this small group of parents who represent our football families as a whole. I feel like you and I have a positive relationship and can talk respectfully about difficult issues. This small group of parents with this new information feels that all the football families deserve to know what we now know, and in a timely fashion. We plan to share this information later this week. Given your position and your demonstrated willingness to do what's best for our student athletes, we want to extend the courtesy of presenting these documents to you before it goes out to the remainder of the parents. There is a genuine fear for the safety of our children, especially in a scenario where losing creeps into the season. The fear is potentially enough to pull kids out of the program. We, and he puts in parentheses, me, comma, Daisy, comma, and Phil, and then he closes the parentheses, respectfully request an urgent meeting with you. We know you're busy, but if you could meet this Tuesday or Wednesday, it would allow time for you and us to develop a plan before presenting the information to the remaining football families at the end of the week. Thank you for your consideration In the end, we are being advocates for our student athletes and our children. Sincerely, Steve Park, Daisy Wilson, and Phil Piccinini.
Do you know whether any of their children left the football team?
None of them,
Did any student leave the football team?
not of which I am aware.
Can you take a look at tab 2? That's in binder 1. You see-
Binder 1?
Yeah. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is an article.
Well, let's back up. It's a packet of some 116
Okay, I'm sorry, I
pages.
just looked at the first page.
Yeah, no,
You want me to look at all the documents?
just to see if it looks familiar to you as a,
Yes, okay.
and what do you recognize this to be?
The packet of information that was delivered to the parents.
And did you receive this packet?
Yes, Mr. Park or Dr. Park brought it in to me after they decided they no longer wanted to hold a meeting with me. He brought me the packet.
And how do you know they no longer wanted to hold a meeting with you?
Dr. Park let me know that since I wanted an attorney to be present at the meeting, they no longer felt that it was necessary to meet, and that they no longer had imminent plans to distribute it to all of the parents. They just wanted me to have it.
Did you have any conversation with Dr. Park about any of the content or your concerns about the content of the packet?
I did. I spoke with him on the phone and I said I had a lot of concerns because I knew these documents were not actionable. And they were also confidential documents that were not publicly available, which he had originally stated.
He had originally
Some
stated,
of them are not publicly available.
he originally stated they were publicly available and you responded that some of them were not. public. Okay, just want to make sure I was
Which
clear.
he is not aware. Yeah.
Okay. So when he gave them to you, he didn't tell you that some of these are confidential. He expressly said they're public.
Yes, and in the email to me that I read earlier, he said they were publicly available.
And how would you describe that packet of materials?
The packet of materials is really filled with a lot of documents that are allegations and instances where where Mr. Turner might have been detained or cited. Some of this is very old, like 20 years old. The more recent would be the temporary restraining order filed by his, I assume, ex-girlfriend, which is probably a document that could be publicly available, but it is full of allegations and there was no disposition by a judge. There was no decision made by anyone that any of this was factual.
Okay, and really quick, if you would look at document 11, tab 11. Does this look familiar?
I don't specifically remember this document, but I might have seen it.
Okay. And what is it regarding?
It's from the Superior Court of California, Amaris Bell versus Nathaniel Turner. And it states the nature of proceedings.
What does the next to last paragraph say?
There being no appearance by or for petitioner, the petitioner's request for restraining order is discharged. All temporary restraining orders, if any, are dissolved. Case is dismissed without prejudice.
To your point, there was no resolution. When you said that the information was not actionable, what does that mean to you?
I mentioned earlier that the school district is prohibited from hiring anyone with a serious or violent felony conviction. The school district had no evidence of any wrongdoing by Mr. Turner while on our campus working with our students. There were no incidents that were reported to the district office that would have related to the allegations being made by his ex-girlfriend. We were told that that was a dispute over a house that they shared at one time. So it's a domestic issue. And until there is a conviction or some kind of a disposition that is decided by a judge, the district isn't at liberty to do anything. As a matter of fact, there are laws that prevent us from doing that. Labor codes, California Code of Regulations, Ed Code. We would have been likely sued if we terminated him for having a temporary restraining order against him filled with allegations that were not sustained and ultimately dismissed.
And what if there was a felony arrest that was not prosecuted? Would that be something that was actionable?
Arrests are not actionable. You have to be convicted. Again, innocent until proven guilty.
Were you on the San Marino High School campus on August 29th, 2023?
Yes,
Okay. What was your purpose for being on the campus?
we were there to observe the medical arts class in action. We had the then president of PCC's Board of Trustees, Christine Kwan, with us. It is a dual enrollment program. So we were very happy to show her the work that was being done by our students. And we also were able to showcase our anatomage tables in the classroom. So anatomage.
What is that?
So anatomage tables, it's like a giant computer, and it contains at least 4 virtual cadavers, each having died of a different cause. And students are able to review and research the different muscles in the body, the circulatory system, the skeletal system. They're able to pinpoint different organs in the body and compare them to the other cadaver. As an example, one may have died from lung cancer, another may have died from traumatic brain injury. And in this system, the students can look at the lung tissue and compare and contrast from the person who died of a traumatic brain injury versus the one that died of lung cancer. The tissue looks very different. They can study that. They work in groups. It's really pretty impressive. And so
that was something you were
showcasing. Yeah, yes. Mhm.
And while you were showcasing that classroom, that instruction, did something occur?
Yes, Mrs. Escamilla came into the classroom and began passing out manila envelopes to each one of the adults in the classroom, except for the instructor, of course. Board President Chang was present. Dr. Wolf, principal of the high school, was present. Dr. Lena Richter was present. Christine Kwan and I were present. So she handed a packet to Mr. Chang, a packet to Dr. Richter, a packet to Dr. Wolf, and she looked at me and said, you got yours yesterday. And turned around and walked out of the classroom.
And was it your understanding she was referring to the fact that Dr. Park had delivered you a packet?
Yes.
What happened after she left?
I collected the packets from those who had received them. And we continued with the observation. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it in front of the trustee from PCC.
Yes.
So we just continued with the observation.
Okay, and then after the observation was complete, was there anything else that happened?
We went to Dr. Wolf's office and I explained to the other attendees that it was probably in their best interest not to have the packet and to be able to review the packet. So it's a personnel matter, and they understood that and complied, and there was no issue.
What were your next steps related to this matter?
I contacted counsel. I spoke with our labor and employment attorney, Candace Bandoyan. And told, yes, the first and last name? Sure. CANDACE, last name BANDOIN. I spoke with her about what was going on, and she then.
Please don't state anything that your counsel said to you.
Oh, yes, okay. Thank you for the reminder.
And was there a decision to take steps related to Ms. Escamilla?
Yes.
And what was that?
To direct that the packet not be distributed at that point. There was also an email that we sent out to all staff, basically saying that we, didn't know where the packet came from, but that people in possession of the packet should throw it away, and that it could be very injurious to the parties that were involved.
Why did you feel the need to let staff know that they should take those steps?
I think it was the right thing to do under the circumstances, because it was putting the district in a position of liability. And in addition to that, it was also making the employee feel very uncomfortable. And I had visions of us getting, sued by that employee as well.
Did you feel that it was violating his rights? Is that
Yes.
what you mean by liability?
I did feel that it was violating his right to privacy. Some of the documents in the packet were confidential and should have been privileged. Some of the documents included his social security number, his address, his birth date. There was a fingerprint card in the packet, and the information, while unsubstantiated and not proven in a court of law, was just allegations, and that, is not okay.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 8, tab 8. This is a letter dated August 29th. Are you familiar with this letter?
Yes.
And was this letter written on behalf of the district?
Yes.
And though it's signed by Dr. Wolf is actually Ms. Escamilla's supervisor, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of this letter? You're welcome to take your time to
Thank you.
refresh.
The purpose of this letter was to reiterate that the packet of information had been reviewed, that council had been consulted with, and that there was no document or information in the packet upon which the district could take any employment action against Mr. Turner. It also said, it reiterated the fact that the employee had been fingerprinted through both the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that we had screened and done everything within our jurisdiction to determine his eligibility for employment. I see here that this letter also elaborates on the restrictions that employers have. Employers may not make employment-related decisions based on an arrest that does not result in conviction. And that is Labor Code Section 432.7 Subdivision A, and the Fair Employment Housing Act regulations further prohibit employers from inquiring or seeking information regarding any arrest or detention which did not result in conviction. That's California Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 11017.1. Therefore, the arrest information contained in the packet that dates back nearly 2 decades includes files that were ordered destroyed nearly a decade ago, cannot be used by an employer to make decisions as they did not result in conviction for anything other than a vehicle code infraction, which was driving with a suspended license. This is a domestic dispute, and the matter was pending before a court with no findings of wrongdoing having been made. And we knew that the allegations were being disputed, and we're saying until such time as the allegations may be determined to be factual by a court of competent jurisdiction, they cannot be assumed to be true or serve as a basis for employment action. In addition to that, we're saying that as of the date of this letter, we are unaware of any behavior by Coach Turner since his initial employment that is contrary to board policy or to the district standards and expectation of performance and conduct. With regard to the packet of information that is circulating, I want to be clear that the district did not seek out these records from any person or entity. All background information relied on by the district to make employment decisions is obtained in strict accordance with California Education Code, Labor Code, and other applicable law. Further, it is clear from review that the records are not publicly available and contain private information regarding Coach Turner. Also saying that also says that it is my understanding that you are distributing the packet on campus and it is causing disruption at the school site. You are directed to refrain from further distributing the packet of information while at work and on school grounds. It says, moreover, to any extent you continue to distribute the packet, such conduct is outside the course and scope of your employment. Therefore, the district will not defend or indemnify you in the event of litigation. And this is from the principal to Mrs. Escamilla. During our conversation, you raised allegations regarding Coach Turner. It is unclear to me whether the allegations are based on the packet of information or some other basis. If you wish to file a complaint, please document and submit your complaint to Dr. Rose, Director of Human Resources, and the district will address your complaint in accordance with applicable policy and procedure. In the meantime, you are expected to report to work as scheduled. And then he reiterates that he wants to make clear that the safety and well-being of our district students and staff are of paramount importance. And we take all reasonable and responsible steps to ensure the safety of our learning and working environment, which includes adherence to prevailing law and industry practices.
Thank you. You mentioned circulating, that the packet of materials was circulating.
Mhm.
In addition to Daisy Wilson, Stephen Park, and I'm sorry, Mr. Piccinini, are you aware of others that received the materials?
Yes, I am.
And who was that?
James Jacobs, a classified employee at San Marino High School, received the packet in addition to, I believe that Mrs. Escamilla was going to provide the packet to Mr. Peter Piccone, but he claimed that he cut her off and did not entertain it and didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Who's Mr. Piccone?
Oh, Mr. Piccone is a retired now, but at the time active social science teacher at San Marino High School.
Okay.
I know because former board member Jane Chon reported to me after the incident that Mrs. Escamilla had flagged her down in the San Marino High School parking lot to talk with her about the issue and basically describe the documents in the packet. And so Mrs. Chon reported that to me. And once we were aware that she had to be recused from, in this matter entirely as a board member. Also, Susan Wong, who is a former parent in the school district, had met with Dr. Richter and I on, I want to say February 28th, with the badminton parents to talk about some concerns that they had with the program. And after the meeting, she mentioned that she had been made aware that we had a lot going on at the district, and that she had received via email a copy of the packet. And how that was very troubling. And I asked her where she got the packet from, and she said, I don't want to get her in trouble. But that's all she would say. She did not give me a name. So
If
I
it
don't
were
know.
another parent, would you have the ability to get that person into trouble?
No.
Um,
Could you again question if it were another parent? Thank you.
are any of those individuals that you just mentioned supervisors to Ms. Escamilla?
Any of the individuals that I just mentioned,
Meaning Ms. Chon, Ms.
Oh,
Wong, James
so,
Jacob, Peter Piccone.
Well, Mrs. Chon at the time would have been, considered her supervisor's boss, right? So at the very,
As a
top of the
member of the
hierarchy on the organizational chart, she's, board member, so.
Fair enough. What about Daisy Wilson, Steve Park, or Mr. Piccone?
No, they're parents.
Are any? Let's see, did respondent or her husband ever try to meet with you to discuss the materials in that packet?
No,
Or any issues related to Nate Turner?
No.
Or any concerns related to their son's experience on the football team?
no,
Did they ever try to meet with you to discuss health and safety issues
no,
or governmental misconduct?
no,
Have you ever heard from Ms. Escamilla or anyone on her behalf, any violation of rule or regulation in the hiring or retention of Mr. Turner?
on her behalf?
On her behalf, whether it's
No.
Mr. Glazer or her husband or herself, or anybody?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I need to ask you to clarify. it.
Rephrase.
Yeah,
Yes.
please.
Have you ever heard from Ms. Escamilla whether your conduct, your being the district's conduct in hiring or retaining Mr. Turner was a violation of law or regulation? Have you ever heard that from her attorney on her behalf?
Not in those words, but on her behalf filed a complaint about the matter.
Right, and in that complaint, if you recall,
Yeah.
is there anything that says that your conduct in hiring or retaining Mr. Turner was a violation of law? And did you become aware that Ms. Escamilla filed a complaint with the San Marino Police Department regarding her claim of retaliation?
Yes,
And did the district receive a response to that complaint from the San Marino Police Department?
just that it had not been, it didn't go anywhere.
Okay, let's look at tab 41.
Okay, in which binder? This one?
Yeah, I think that's 3.
Three? Okay, yeah. 41?
Correct.
Okay.
And what is this?
This is a letter authored by John Encontro, Chief of Police from the San Marino Police Department, to our then Board President Shelley Ryan. Basically stating that they had completed their review of the Escamilla case and determined that there is no evidence of any criminal conduct or misconduct. We have concluded our investigation. However, if any information of a criminal nature is brought to our attention, we will reopen the matter.
In other words, the district did not commit any criminal misconduct in the view of the city of San Marino Police Department.
That is correct.
So is it fair to say you were very concerned about the packet of materials?
I was very concerned about that, yes.
And what, beyond the subject matter of it, was there something going on in the school district around those documents that had you concerned?
There wasn't anything going on that had me concerned at all. We had no complaints or any reason to believe that Mr. Turner was creating an unsafe environment. There was no evidence to that at all.
Did you engage with Mr. Turner?
Yes,
And did you ever have any experience that made you concerned at all?
no,
And would you say there was chatter in the district about Nate Turner
yes,
related to the information in the packet?
yes.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
People were talking about it. I was hearing it everywhere I went. I heard it from a PTA president. There was just a lot of conversation in the community about that.
And were you in the position of responding to that in part?
Not really, other than to say that we had, done our due diligence in terms of vetting him as a candidate and that he was in fact eligible for employment in San Marino.
And was he a good coach?
Yes, they had a very good season. As a matter of fact, they made CIF. They did really well.
I asked you earlier if Mr. Escamilla had ever tried to meet with you, and you said he had not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who Patrick Escamilla is?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Mrs. Escamilla has worked for the school district for a long time, and it was very well known that, she used to be an employee of the sheriff's department and that her husband still is.
And was there an issue that occurred at a board meeting related to Mr. Escamilla?
Yes.
And what was that?
Mr. Escamilla and an unknown male showed up at I think it was March 12th board meeting, sat in the back, and at first we thought that they might pull a public comment card, which, as a citizen, you have every right to do, and speak out, and that never happened. And we were looking at the agenda. There was nothing on the agenda that would have related to any parent issues from San Marino High School. And so he sat in the back with the unknown male and basically just stared at the board, and at one point was rolling his eyes. We have that on film. And yeah, it was very uncomfortable and intimidating.
Do you think his intention was to intimidate the board and yourself?
Without question.
Would you look at tab 36?
Sorry, what's tab?
36. Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes,
And it's taken in this boardroom?
yes.
And why did you take that picture?
Because we wanted to document the fact that they were there, and you can for no reason other than to intimidate.
Sorry. Following the board meeting, did he approach you?
No.
Did he ever have any discussion with you or any other board members?
No.
Did you see him again that evening?
That evening, when we went out to the parking lot, a car drove very slowly by. And we made the assumption that it was probably him.
But you're not sure.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And is it your understanding that both the issue with the confidential records and the conduct towards you and the board are under investigation by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Internal Affairs Bureau?
Yes.
Did you receive letters of support from Nate Turner, for Nate Turner?
Yes.
And what prompted these letters, to your understanding?
I think there were some parents who felt badly about the way that he was treated and the rumors that were going around about him. And they had a completely different, opposite experience with their kids in the program.
Okay, let's look at tab 37. And this is, can you tell us what this is?
The first page or the first page looks like a cover sheet. It
Correct.
says, to whom it may concern, please see attached character letter for Coach Nate Turner.
And who is Mazi Yaramati?
He was a parent.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Mazi, M-A-Z-I. Yaramati, spelled Y-A-R-H-M-A-D-I.
He was a parent in the football program. His son played football for Nate Turner.
Was he also the Booster Club president at one point?
Yes, prior to Cassidy Zaccatorino, I believe he held that position.
And with, you don't have to read this letter, but it's your understanding. Do you recall receiving this?
Yes.
And what is the gist of this letter?
He is, it looks like a letter of recommendation for Coach Turner. Talks about how he is so grateful for Mr. Turner's expertise with the team, that he has nothing but respect and praise for Coach Turner on how he has displayed himself throughout the season. He continuously worked hard to motivate and inspire players under his guidance. He pushes through every obstacle in order to see the players succeed. He taught these kids the game of football. He didn't have a lot of support over the last years. He would always check in with his son and ask his son his honest opinion about the coach, whether those feelings were positive or negative. And he was able to decipher that his child was happy with the program. He's saying, I can visibly see that not only my son, but the entire team is extremely content with their coaches and their season. This is something that is not often seen, and we should be extremely grateful that we have this experience, or we can experience this type of feeling. Talks about the first time he met the coach, that he, the next day he was there to volunteer at 6 a.m. to clean up grad night. He talks about an incident where a cheerleader had a terrible accident during one of the games. And Coach Turner asked all his players to sign a get well card for her. And according to Mr. Yamati, he meaning Coach Turner, has proven time and time again that he is the man for this position as head coach. He says he has lifted morale and spirit across the whole community, giving us excitement every Friday night. The athletes are extremely fond of him and his coaching staff and what they have done for him, for them. Players are tearing up after games and thanking the coach for all they have done, which is something we don't typically see anymore. This is the spirit and influence that San Marino football needs.
And then let's look at tab 38. And who is this from?
This is from another parent.
And what's the sort of gist of her comments?
She's talking about the fact that she met him when he was working the entrance gate with our assistant principal, Sarah Pinalora. And yes, Sarah is S-A-R-A-H, last name P-E-N-A-L-O-R-A. You're welcome. She talks about being a long-term resident of the community, her family being from Hawaii. She talks about the fact that her father played football for the University of Hawaii and was even on the travel team that beat Nebraska. And she said that she was thanking him actually for giving the students at San Marino High School the opportunity to learn from him and his wisdom from experiences he can share. She says, not at a great gift our school board has given, what a great gift our school board has given them bringing you to our high school. This is a great community with very involved and giving parents. They can probably drive you quite crazy as well. I hope you will weather the storm in the transition and reach out for support when needed. And she says, I will tell you, I have lived in this town for quite some time and it has changed tremendously in so many ways, with the diversity now much greater, but still has some room to grow. Believe me, I know as one of the first Asian families to take on San Marino as a hometown in the 1970s, not easy. Let me know you. I was not kidding about hoping to spend a little more time to get to know you and maybe allowing you to speak more freely. So she's basically complimenting him, saying that it was what a gift, the board gave to the community by putting him in this position. She's asking him any chance you're interested in coaching a female football team. She was very disappointed that didn't happen this year. And apparently the athletic department is working on funds to possibly be an option for next year.
Okay. And then one more on page 30, tab 39. What's this from?
This is from another parent, Dr. Ashley Sparks. She's saying on a weekly basis, you probably receive letters supporting or opposing regulations, rules, or even, supporting or opposing regulations, rules, or even employed members of our community. I can only imagine how much research, reflection, tough decisions, and delicate responses must be a part of your daily job. Fortunately, this is not one of those letters. My name is Ashley Sparks Potier. Yes, Cotillier. And it is with great pleasure that I want to give a heartfelt thank you for what has transpired with my son through his experience with Coach Turner. First, let me give you a bit of background on, and then her son's name is redacted. Prior to being a junior this year at the high school, only sports activity had been with Coach Bird in wrestling. Coach Bird helped build up, son's name is redacted, self-esteem, and helped him get through the challenges of freshman year. His name is redacted, had been faced with the impacts from an extremely negative science teacher that year, and took it to heart when the teacher scoffed at his desire for medical school. And she says her son ended up hospitalized. Her son first met Coach Turner in May of 2023. She writes, to be honest, I had heard rumors regarding the former football coach's possible demoralizing conduct toward players and was not sure if this was a formal or a normal, normal football thing. My heart was so pleased when her son would come home and I would hear the retelling of anecdotes and positive incidents that happened during practices or games. Out of my 3 boys, and she redacts her son's name, is the one who always wants to do the right thing, be kind while achieving and succeeding. Coach Turner's philosophy seems right in step with these morals. Since his freshman year, her son has also struggled off and on with depression. During football with Coach Turner, her son is motivated, talkative, and seems to have a bright outlook on life. The other day, when she was gathering information for an upcoming appointment with his psychiatrist and asked about his depression levels, he stated, if it wasn't for football with Coach Turner, I would be depressed. This to me is golden. From the bottom of my family's heart, thank you for your outstanding pick of Coach Turner. Anything you can do to keep him, please do. He has an empathetic yet firm hand on the young men and truly desires the best for them as individuals. Our family may not be heavy hitters in San Marino. We do not drive fancy cars, nor will you see our name on a banner. But after working in education for over 20 years and focusing my degrees on learning how to support children in that field, I can spot honest motivation from people through their actions. Coach Turner is a dynamic, valued individual that I would support in leading the youth in our community. Thank you for your time.
Did you receive, other than letters like this, did you receive comments supportive of Coach Turner?
Many, several.
Did you ever receive any complaint at any time regarding his conduct?
No, I did not.
Did the district initiate discipline against respondent in retaliation for her raising health and safety concerns?
No.
Why did you initiate discipline?
Because it was very damaging. Passing out the packet of information that's not publicly available, that is full of private, personally identifiable information and allegations can be very, very damaging to that person's professional reputation. And moreover, it places the district in a position of liability. And it can create, and it was alleged that it created a hostile work environment.
For Coach Turner?
Correct.
Did you receive a complaint from the respondent alleging retaliation?
It was a complaint from Mrs. Escamilla that went to Human Resources.
And do you know if that was a September 1 complaint?
I don't recall that date. I wasn't like really involved in the processing of that.
Okay. Do you know how it was processed?
Through our executive director of human resources and council.
Was there an investigation related to that complaint?
Yes, there was a directive to go with an outside investigator to review the complaint.
Did you receive the executive summary of findings for?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if we look at tab 23.
And same binder?
Yes.
Is it two?
Two.
Thank you,
yes.
thank you.
23. Is it familiar?
Yes,
And you said you've reviewed this before.
yes,
Did the investigator substantiate Ms. Escamilla's claims?
no,
Did she find that the respondent submitted good faith communication to the district to pursue health and safety violations?
no.
What did she find to the best of your recollection?
She found that Ms. Escamilla did not engage in a protected activity. She also found that the district's intent to terminate Ms. Escamilla is based on legitimate business reasons. And she did not find Ms. Escamilla credible.
Did she find that respondent distributed the packet for purposes of remedying an issue of health and safety concern?
No,
Did she find that the, strike that. What made you decide that dismissal was important in this matter?
again, the distribution of this packet, in my opinion, after having over 2 decades of experience in human resources, is egregious. and very damaging to the school district and the individual.
Did you find that there was, or is it in the consequences of that to be disruption to the district?
It was very disruptive to the district. It was all that people were talking about. It was becoming the conversation. It caused the other employee to have to be displaced. He no longer felt safe and comfortable working in that environment because of the allegations that were being made against him. So we had to make accommodations for that employee so that he wasn't having to work in that office, which was very disruptive and not allowing him to do the work that we needed him to do during the day.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything further.
Does the board want to take a 10-minute recess? I know we're getting late, but yeah.
Very much. That's fine.
Okay, we all here? Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. De La Torre. You'd think after all of these years, we would have been formally introduced, but I don't think we have, although we have certainly seen each other here and there and about. Flip to Exhibit 10, if you would, please. It's in binder number 1. Exhibit 10 is a September 1st, 2023 letter to Dr. Rose from Ms. Escamilla. Are you familiar with this letter?
I may have seen it or they spoke to it, but I did not receive this personally.
Do you remember receiving and reviewing it sometime around September 1st, 2023?
I don't recall.
Ms. Escamilla begins with, "This letter is to officially put in writing a matter concerning my current work environment, the presence of an employee, Mr. Nate Turner, who has been accused of domestic violence by at least 2 women in court proceedings over extended periods of time in multiple ways, is cause for great concern." You would agree that Mr. Nate Turner has been accused of domestic violence by at least 2 women in court proceedings, would you not?
Those allegations were made, yes.
Would you agree that the presence of an employee who has been accused of domestic violence by at least 2 women in court proceedings is a cause of great concern?
Not necessarily.
Indeed, in a publicly available court transcript of an audio-video recording, he is quoted as saying, and then there's some pretty harsh language that we've put into the record previously. Does that language that's written there, does that concern you? Is that of great concern?
This language, I don't approve of this language. It's not language that I would use. It's not language that I would condone. But I have no way to authenticate a recording that was made.
Right.
And in my experience as a human resources professional previously, I have been unfortunately privy to a lot of different domestic disputes where both sides make allegations that sometimes end up being unfounded.
Right. So if it is founded, though, this would,
If it is.
yeah, if it's founded, then, or if it's authenticated, then this would qualify as of great concern, would it not?
It's really not my job to judge a domestic issue.
Yeah, but on direct, you were quite happy to judge whether or not the dissemination of allegations is hurtful to your district, hurtful to the community, hurtful to the school, hurtful to the learning environment. So I'm asking you if this language is used by and if it's authenticated, used by a football coach toward his girlfriend 1 year prior to being hired by the district, I realize you can't do anything about that. I fully concede that you can't act on that in the employment context. I'm only asking, is it of great concern?
So my response to that is that I can't act on it. And to share with you my personal opinion, to me, does not amount to anything, because the bottom line is that the district cannot take action against an employee for a heated argument that he or she has with their significant other.
Would you say that this language is a little bit more than a heated argument, in the sense that essentially the speaker of the language is talking about beating on a woman?
This kind of language would not be tolerated if it were in the workplace. I'm not in their home. I don't know if it was taken out of context. It is not my job to judge domestic situations. As a matter of fact, we are lawfully prohibited from doing that. So I can tell you that if something like this was said at school, we would conduct a full and exhaustive investigation. And yes, absolutely would be of concern to me that would warrant the investigation. But this is an allegation that is not substantiated, and it is considered a domestic matter, which is not, it is not the job of the school district or any employer for that matter to get involved in a hearsay argument between parties. It is unlawful for us to do that. So my opinion doesn't matter.
I'm still asking for it, though. Would it be of,
I'm
would it,
not gonna provide an opinion on something that doesn't matter in terms of the action that the district is taking.
you know, and I completely understand, and I agree that in the employment context, you can't use this language at all to in any way affect Mr. Nate Turner.
Right.
But what I'm asking is different. What I'm asking you to do actually is put yourself in the position of Leda Escamilla, who doesn't make those decisions for the district. You do. I'm asking you to, do you agree essentially with Leda Escamilla that this type of language is of great concern?
And I don't feel that I can respond to that. I would tell you that if it happened in the workplace, it would be of great concern. This is a domestic issue that allegedly happened in someone's home. I don't get involved in that. I'm not permitted to get involved with that. If it spills over to the workplace, we deal with it very swiftly. The safety of our employees and our students is of paramount importance to the school district. So there was no evidence of this kind of talk happening on the football field. There was no evidence of this kind of talk happening between any employees and Mr. Turner. I had nothing to deal with except for allegations that were being made by ex-girlfriends.
The letter goes on to say additional allegations by these two women involving mental and physical abuse and false imprisonment are present in these publicly available court documents. You would agree with me that these documents, the documents related to this, are publicly available, right?
Oh, yes.
These allegations about a coworker who I regularly interact with and is in my environment due to location and job duties contributes to a hostile environment. Would you disagree with that statement?
Yes, because there was never any action toward Ms. Escamilla by Mr. Turner that would warrant an investigation of that environment, even though we did conduct an investigation. There was never a complaint where he said something to her that was offensive or out of line or did something to any female employee on the San Marino High School campus in the context of his employment at all.
And Ms. Escamilla doesn't say that here either, does she?
No, right. That's right.
She goes on to say, particularly in relation to the link between domestic violence, intimidation, and the treatment of women, it is widely recognized that domestic violence is an issue that extends beyond the private sphere and can have far-reaching consequences in various aspects of an individual's life, including their interactions in the workplace, just their interactions in the workplace. Accusations of domestic violence indicate a pattern of behavior that involves intimidation, control, and power imbalance within personal relationships. When such behavior enters the workplace, which we all agree. And I can give you. Yeah, absolutely, I will. And I can also give you the exhibit too, so you can go back and, yeah. Involves intimidation, control, and power imbalance within personal relationships. When such behavior enters the workplace, and nobody's saying it did here, it can create an atmosphere of fear and discomfort. Do you disagree with that concern?
This is just speculation and allegations. There's nothing here that we can point to hold Mr. Turner accountable for conduct in the workplace. Speculation does not warrant disciplinary action.
Right, and I want to reiterate, we fully agree with that. We're not asking, nobody at any point in time, including Ms. Escamilla on September 1st, is stating you need to take employment action against Mr. Turner. I'm just highlighting her concerns raised from documents that are contained in this packet and asking you whether or not you agree with her concerns. And keeping in mind that she's not the superintendent. She's not making decisions based on employment law about Mr. Turner. She's got to work with the guy. So do you understand her concerns? Maybe is a better way to put it.
I did not agree with her concerns. I
Sure.
felt that they were not valid.
Got it. The presence of an individual with a history of domestic violence accusations can be particularly distressing for women in the district. Do you disagree with that?
You're asking me to comment on something that is, again, speculative.
No, I'm asking you, just, do you disagree with the sentence, just the words? The presence of an individual with a history of domestic violence accusations can be particularly distressing for women in the district.
I don't agree or disagree. I mean, that's a personal feeling that she has, and I don't know why, because he never did anything to her to make her feel that way. She read something on a piece of paper that she was in possession of that maybe created that fear, but there were never any convictions of Mr. Turner. A temporary restraining order is somebody trying to get somebody to stay away from them. And this person was disputing property with Mr. Turner, and they were fighting over this property, which led to the TRO being filed. And then she didn't show up in court to defend her temporary restraining order, so it was dismissed by the judge. So that's not something the district can work with, and I don't want to get involved in people's personal lives or private lives. I'm here to make sure that people are doing their job, kids are getting educated, we're providing them with the best possible experience in a safe environment, and there was never any action or display of behavior on the part of Mr. Turner that would cause me concern for him working around or with children or adults or women.
Does it look like the quoted language at the top, the troubling language that was recorded by the victim pursuant to the restraining order, does it look like that language has anything to do with a real estate dispute?
The real estate dispute, as I understand it, was the underlying issue that created the conflict. And by the way, I mean, forgive me for my ignorance, but was this substantiated by authenticated by someone?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, it's the recording. The recording was made pursuant to the temporary restraining order issued by the court. And then that recording was substantiated by being attached to a sworn declaration that went before
I'm
the
just not
court.
sure
So
about that, so I don't.
you'd want to hear from Amaris Bell, I guess.
No, because I mean, she didn't even show up in court to defend this.
No, but you'd want to, in order to authenticate this language, you'd have to hear from her.
How do I know that it was even him? I mean, anybody could have been recorded. It could be anybody's voice. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Right. So we'd need to,
It was authenticated, right?
sure, we
Which
could,
would take it to a whole nother level, but nonetheless, it wasn't at work. Didn't happen at work. It happened between two people who were in a relationship, whose relationship was dissolving. The district should not be getting involved in people's personal lives.
And I want to stress again, nobody's suggesting the district should get involved in
Okay.
their personal lives. I'm only asking, is it of concern? And would it be of concern for a junior female employee of the district when reading information like this? That's my only question. We keep going back to what the district will or will not do with the information, and we agree on that.
I think the reason that this information is not supposed to be distributed is because it influences people to believe certain things about an individual who is innocent until proven guilty, which is what our entire judicial system is based on. Innocent until proven guilty. No one has been proven guilty here at all. This is all speculation. It's all accusations. I can't deal with anything but facts that have been substantiated.
Right. We're in complete agreement with what you can do with the information. And that has nothing to do with my line of questioning. My questioning is all about whether or not you agree with Leda Escamilla's concerns about this type of language.
I think
And it sounds like you don't. Yeah,
I answered that earlier and I said that I thought that they were not valid.
I got you.
So, I mean,
You did.
Yeah.
That was your answer.
Okay.
Go to exhibit 8, I think it is. Well, actually, let me ask you this first. Dr. Park, his email to you said that characterized the information in the packet as very, very troubling, I guess, was his email.
what exhibit is that? I don't have it in front of me.
32.
32?
Oh, good, thank you. The documents are disturbing, he says. See where Dr. Park says the documents are disturbing?
Yes. Mhm.
So that's someone else's take, I guess, on these documents. And again, Dr. Park is not the superintendent. He's not going to make employment decisions about Mr. Turner. He found the documents to be disturbing. Do you find the documents in the packet to be disturbing?
I have seen a lot of domestic dispute allegations, and so I don't automatically assume that everything that I read is true, is factual, or has been substantiated. I have found over the course of my career that when these things come up, more often than not, allegations are made by both parties, and sometimes you find out that they're not true. And again, the fact that this person didn't show up in court to actually defend her TRO is troubling in that, I mean, it wasn't even substantiated. So the TRO was dismissed. So why would I be focused on that as a problem?
Well, the temporary restraining order was actually enforced in June. It was reinforced in August, and then in September,
Right. she
it
came
was
back, she didn't
abandoned
show up.
because Amherst Bell didn't show up.
Right.
She could have moved out of the state, right?
I don't know. Again, I don't get involved in people's personal life. There's a separation between, their, their work and their personal life. People get divorced, people break up, people fight. It's very common, and I may not approve of the language they use. I may not approve of the tactics or what have you, but I have no jurisdiction over what happens between two people in a relationship outside of the school district.
Sure, we could not be in more agreement that you personally did nothing wrong when you received all of this information. You did exactly what the law expected you to do, and any other decision by you would have been unlawful.
Right.
We're all conceding that.
Yes.
What we're talking about here is what Dr. Park described as documents that are disturbing. And that, which kind of dovetails with Ms. Escamilla's complaint of September 1st. She goes on, and I'm not going to go through the last few paragraphs. The board can read all of that. But, you know, there is a concurrence there amongst people who are not the superintendent that these documents are disturbing. So I'm asking you, do you agree from their perspective, not your perspective about law enforcement and what you can do in the employment context, but from the perspective of people who are on the boosters or people who are employed and have to work right next to Mr. Turner? Would you say would you say they are wrong that the documents are disturbing?
I think it's their opinion, and everybody has their opinion. And it's really not my role to judge their opinion or agree or disagree. I can only deal with facts that are in front of me, as a professional. And, I suppose Mr. Park or Dr. Park is entitled to, you know, his initial reaction to that.
When he first contacted you, August 27th, I guess it was,
Mhm.
2023, he reached out to you and he informed you he had a packet of adverse information, right? And did you tell him at that point that you didn't want to see the packet, or what did you say in response to
I said, I would be happy to meet with the parties, but I'm going to have our attorney present.
that? Okay, and
We've
he,
actually set up a time. I had talked with our counsel about being here at the district office at 6 PM the next day. I gave him that information and, then he, you know, responded with, we've discussed it and you know, I will get you the packet. So you can review it. It's no longer imminent that we're gonna pass it out to all the parents, because that was their initial comment that they were going to distribute that packet to all the parents.
I guess you don't know whether Dr. Park or Ms. Zapatereno or Mr. Piccinini or Ms. Wilson, the parents who definitely had the packet. I guess we don't know whether they distributed it any further than themselves doing.
I don't know for certain. I just know what I hear in the community, which was it was distributed to several people.
Right.
Because several people were able to speak to it and its contents.
Exactly. So, and that's August 27th. So that packet is out there as of August 27th, and you're aware of it as of August 27th. Is that
I
right?
was aware of the packet on August 27th. I don't know that it was distributed other than to the parents that Dr. Park identified
Right.
in his email. And then he told me that they weren't going to distribute it any further than that.
Right.
Because we had a conversation about liability, and it, you know, I think he understood that it was a situation where it would even create liability for himself and others to
Right.
distribute the packet. So they kind of took a step back on that.
But we don't know what they did with their packets. We don't know what they did with their individual copies of the packet.
No, it wasn't until the 29th when I saw Mrs. Escamilla passing the packet out herself
Right.
to people that, you know, I became very concerned.
And that's really my point. By the time August 29th came around, you were aware that the packet was circulating at least as to 4 different booster parents. And you don't have any control or knowledge about how it may have been circulated even beyond that prior to August 29th.
No, except that I was made aware that Leda had flagged down a board member to talk to her about the packet. And that she had also gone up to Mr. Piccone to talk to him about it. And that she presented the packet to Mr. James Jacobs after that, after she was told not to.
Yeah, let's keep our date line straight here. I'm talking about August 27th to
Oh, okay.
August 29th.
Yeah, okay.
Between August 27th and August 29th, you don't know what those 4 sets of parents may have done with the packet, correct?
I can't know that, but Dr. Park told me that they weren't going to give it out.
Understood. And then on August 29th, that's the day that you received the packet basically in triplicate because you took it from the 3 individuals, Mr. Chang, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Richter, who later gave it to in your presence on August 29th.
Yes.
In your presence.
I think he said later.
Sorry, I should have said Ms. Escamilla. I'll definitely try. I'm sorry. And then, so you said you didn't immediately review the packet, but you reviewed it obviously that day?
I reviewed it when Dr. Park brought it in to me on the 28th.
No, I meant the ones that you collected from the, did you?
And I had received the packet the day before, and she said to me, you got yours yesterday. So I assumed by her statement to me in the med arts classroom that it was the same material.
Did you check?
I did on my way back to the office
Okay.
in my car,
And then that night,
and it was.
yeah. And then that night we have exhibit. Go to exhibit 8, if you would. That night, we have this letter issued by Dr. Benjamin Wolf to Leda Escamilla by email, right?
I thought this was delivered to her in person, but I could be wrong. He could have emailed it. I don't know whether it was delivered to her personally or like, it doesn't look like an email. It looks like a letter to me, so.
It does to me too. It doesn't really matter how it got out the
Okay,
door.
I'm guessing he gave it to her.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, he's testified that he delivered it after Ms. Escamilla's working hours, and he testified that he emailed it. It doesn't really matter,
Okay, okay.
but let's go down to that last paragraph down there on page 8-1. It is my understanding that you are distributing the packet on campus and it is causing disruption at the school site. When he testified earlier today, he could not come up with anybody else other than the 3 individuals that we've already identified, Mr. Chang, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Richter, that the packet was distributed to. Can you add anything to this? Is it your understanding that Ms. Escamilla, as of August 29th, distributed the packet on campus,
So
other than those 3 people?
I'd have to go back and look at my records, but I was informed that she gave it to James Jacobs, as I mentioned earlier.
That's the next day.
Maybe, I don't have the timeline in front of me.
Okay.
Possibly gave it to, or tried to give it to Peter Piccone. Also.
And he's a retired teacher, am I right?
He's a retired teacher, yeah.
And he was a retired teacher at that time.
No, he was active. He was
Okay.
on campus, and she, according to his statement to me, walked up to him and started talking to him about the situation and the packet, and he said, oh, no, I don't want to have anything to do with this or something, and walked away from her midstream, but she had already started talking with him about it.
And are you aware that Ms. Escamilla did not have the packet with her at that time?
I don't know. Know what people report to me.
And then with regard to Jane Chon, she doesn't say that Ms. Escamilla gave her the packet. She just said that Ms. Escamilla approached her to identify this issue and discuss this issue.
Of the packet.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And then,
Both of you are talking at the same time, so I got half a question, a dash, another dash, and half an answer, just letting you know.
we'll try to do better.
Yes.
On the transcript.
Okay.
And then finally, Susan Wong, you met with her on February 28th, 2004,
Mhm.
which is when she said,
2024.
you can't cut me off or she's going to get really mad at us. February 28th, 2024. That's after that's not only after all of these events, it's actually after Ms. Escamilla had filed her board complaint, her criminal complaint and her board complaint, right? So it was a matter of the entire package is a matter of public record at that point, right?
No, we wouldn't, this is a personnel matter. It's not a matter of public record.
Well, you can't control that. If it's a criminal complaint that's filed and if it's a board complaint and a Government Claims Act claim, none of that is protected information, right?
Well, it's under seal now.
Yeah.
So absolutely, unless you're disclosing it.
We did.
We're certainly not disclosing it.
Yeah, I understand you're not disclosing it. I'm saying by this point in time, by February 28th, anybody could see the packet because the packet is part of a
No.
public record.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
You'd be incorrect, but that's fine. That in any case, it's February 28th, 2024. And she didn't even identify Ms. Escamilla as the person who sent it to her anyway, right?
She said, I don't want to get her in trouble.
Yeah, could be anybody.
I made an assumption based on, the reference to her.
Right.
And her not
Which is-
wanting to tell me because she didn't want to get her in trouble. So
Right. Could have been somebody on your staff.
I don't think so.
I don't either, but it could have been. Who told Mr. Turner that Leda Escamilla had made the report that she made on August 27th?
Again, I don't
Sorry,
know.
August 29th. Yeah, my mistake. Forget about August 27th. On August 29th, the day that Ms. Escamilla gave Dr. Wolf and Dr. Richter and Mr. Chang the packet. And then September 1st, we just looked at her letter that she officially wrote to Dr. Rose. Who told Nate Turner that Ms. Escamilla had made this complaint?
Assumes facts. I just objected as it assumes facts that you can.
I'll allow it. You may answer.
I don't know. And I don't know because there was an investigation and an investigator was assigned because Mrs. Escamilla had filed a complaint against Nate Turner. And several days later, Nate Turner filed a complaint against Miss Escamilla for creating a hostile work environment, for defamation of character, slandering his name, damaging his reputation. He felt like he couldn't work in the same environment with her. So it was being investigated.
Well,
So it could have been the investigator that told him.
he filed his complaint on September 5th.
Yeah.
So who told Turner, who told Nate Turner that Ms. Escamilla had filed a
I don't-
complaint? You don't know.
No, I don't know.
Do you see Patrick Escamilla in the room today?
Yes, I do.
Does he appear to you to be intimidating you or the members of the board?
Not at the moment.
What would you say the difference is between his appearance today and the appearance in the photograph of the exhibit that we
Well,
that
right
we're
now he's
discussing on
certainly
direct?
smiling. He was here on March 12th. He was not. He had a very serious expression. You can just look at the picture.
I did,
Yeah.
and he kind of looks like he's asleep.
No,
No?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Few seconds. I'm gonna have super fast.
Sure.
Exhibit 10. Council suggested that in her letter, her September 1 letter, she was not trying to get rid of Mr. Turner. Do you see on page 10-2 where she says he should not be allowed on campus?
yes,
Does that suggest to you that she is trying to get rid of him?
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Brief follow-up on that. I asked Dr. Rose if it were within the district's authority and jurisdiction to simply move somebody from office to office. For instance, when Mr. Turner was moved from his office in San Marino up to the district, and Dr. Rose confirmed that, yes, that's within our power and jurisdiction. So Ms. Escamilla merely asserting that Mr. Turner should not remain on campus in no way suggests that the district needs to fire him, does it?
Are you arguing or are you asking a question?
I think her objection is argumentative.
Overruled.
The second paragraph on exhibit 10-2. My interpretation of reading this is that Ms. Escamilla is stating that this individual, because she mentions her son, should not be the football coach. And the football coach has to be at the high school, on the high school campus, on the football field. So there is no way to transfer the football coach to any other site. We only have one high school. So it's not reasonable to assume that this is a situation where we could just transfer him. It's basically, he needs to go, in my opinion, in reading this, because it says there could be retaliation against myself or my son, and her son was playing on the football team.
Then why did you transfer Mr. Turner to the district
During
office?
the day, because of his fear that Mrs. Escamilla was going to make something up that he wasn't doing. He was fearful for his reputation. He was fearful that because she was clearly wanting him to be dismissed.
Okay, well, again, the letter doesn't say anything about dismissing Mr. Turner or firing Mr. Turner. It simply says if this individual is allowed to remain on campus, and the district found a way not to have him on campus other than when he needed to be there for football practice.
That's right. But
So the district actually found a way to do exactly what Ms. Escamilla wanted it to do.
I don't agree with that statement because, again, her son would have been under the supervision of Coach Turner after school and in the evenings for practice and possibly even on some weekends. So she was concerned not only for herself, which would have been during the day, right? This time there during the day, but she expressly wrote, or my son, who was really only around Mr. Turner when he was serving as the football coach. So I don't see this as a situation where he could be completely transferred and everything would have been resolved.
Which isn't my point at all. I'm just saying that the letter says if the individual is allowed to remain on campus, and the district eventually removed him from campus and moved him up to the district office. That's my only point. But my question is, none of this would have had to happen at all if nobody from the district took this letter or Ms. Escamilla's complaint and ran to Mr. Turner with it. There wouldn't even be a need for it, would there?
Well, that also assumes facts.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't believe that that's the way Mr. Turner was notified. Whenever you have an individual who files a formal complaint against another employee, and we're talking about oftentimes bargaining unit employees who have the right to representation, they have the right to know that someone has filed a complaint against them when we investigate that. And if Dr. Rose was in the process or an outside investigator was in the process of investigating this matter, then Mr. Turner would have needed to know that a complaint was filed against him and these are the allegations, and whether or not they in fact could be substantiated or not. So that the complainant has to know that the person they're complaining about is going to know that a complaint was filed. That's the only way that you can properly investigate it, unless you're a really huge district and you could assume that it's, you know, one of 15 people. But in a small school district where people work so closely together, it's pretty obvious. And especially if you need to separate the parties so that it's like it happens with kids all the time, right? A no contact order where you keep people apart until you can resolve the conflict. And it protects both parties. And so when we're doing the investigation and sorting through all of this, oftentimes we will protect both parties, but we've got to investigate. So I don't know that somebody ran to Nate Turner with this letter. He probably never even saw this letter.
Well, he filed his formal complaint, a very detailed complaint on September 5th, which is 4 days after this letter and, very shortly after August 29th.
Yeah,
Dr. Rose has already testified. He doesn't know who notified Mr. Turner. Somebody notified Mr. Turner and it wasn't Gonzalez because he hadn't been hired yet, the independent investigator. So my question to everybody, and I can't get an answer to it, is who notified Mr. Turner of Ms. Escamilla's complaint?
I honestly don't know. That is not a detail that I would get involved in.
Right. And as you testified, if you have two parties that cross complain against each other like these two parties did, the district should take action to separate them and protect both parties. Am I right?
Depending on the allegations, yes, depending on its circumstances.
Right.
All right,
Okay.
council, it's after 5.
Yeah,
So
I don't have anything further. So
let's resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And
just before you do that, Judge, I don't want to keep Dr. De La Torre coming back in the morning if somebody just has one or two questions, but if there's a lot, I mean, it's up to you guys.
I have like 2 questions.
well, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, can I ask? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
certainly.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Linda. Hey, so do you have, so I see the investigator in the page 13.2 said that he finds out the social security numbers getting distributed. But did you see any where that actually the Miss Turner's social security getting distributed?
Yes, it was in the packet of materials. You're talking about Mr. Turner's social security number?
Yeah.
It was on his fingerprint card.
Oh. I probably missed that.
I believe. Under tab 2.
Oh, good.
Which page?
The 115. Page 115.
Some of this is hard to read. Can you read on?
Maybe council could research that and come back.
I will,
tomorrow.
look,
Yeah.
and part of the
Okay.
issue is that at least one of my pages is so, well, it's also my eyesight,
Okay.
but is so rubbed out that I'll have to see if I can get a
Okay,
better
no
copy.
problem. We
Yeah.
can,
Yeah,
can
can
see
we
that,
can
yeah.
we table that until tomorrow, the
Yeah.
answer?
let's do
Yes.
that.
Let's-
I have a couple questions for Dr. De La Torre, but I can hold them till tomorrow. if
Okay,
that's what-
yeah.
But she's gonna
I'm-
come back tomorrow?
I know there is a request to come back at 8:30, but a couple of the board members have obligations to get their children to school and everything. And 9 o'clock was as soon as they could get here. So
Oh, yeah, no, and we can do it. We can even start.
we'll,
I guess I do need one procedural question answered. Are we done with the district's case?
Well, the district, sorry.
Asking my question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Sorry.
No, it's
But
Go
Judge
ahead.
Mortimer was going to instruct if I should ask tomorrow or.
yeah, tomorrow at 9, but we'll just take a half hour at lunch. So maybe we can get finished tomorrow,
Are
do
you
you think?
available tomorrow for a few
I-
minutes or would you?
In the
prefer-
morning, yes, but in the afternoon, I'm not.
So you prefer, why don't we just ask a question?
Let me just ask right
Yeah.
now. Okay, so I want to try to get some background a little bit it was stated in an email that, and I'm sorry, I'm not keeping track of these exhibits, that Mrs. Escamilla felt the district wasn't doing anything about I don't know if it was the actions or the allegations or the rumors, and that was the impetus for the research of the packet. The research which resulted in the packet. So my question is, if the district was made aware of anything that you could have done prior to the package being presented? No. And what is the history of interaction with the boosters and Coach Turner, if you know?
The history and interactions of the boosters with Coach Turner from the time that he was hired was not good. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can you
I
clarify your
guess
question?
just, yeah, characterizing their relationship.
It was suggested by several people that there was a group of individuals that were actively trying to get rid of Mr. Turner so that the other candidate could have been hired. And so there was a lot of talk in the community about that, getting rid of him.
Prior to August 27th.
Yes. Yeah,
I have one more short question.
sure.
Yeah. So in the packet, the 32, the Steve Park, Dr. Park says the document is disturbing. But when I look at the HIPD, he signed the paper that he never got the document. So I kind of got confused. Is it different document they're talking about, or do you know anything about that?
Where are you looking
Yeah,
specifically?
It's
So if you look at the 32 in the email,
32 and 50.
32 in the email, he mentioned that the document was disturbing, right?
Yeah.
But when I'm looking at the HIPD, he actually signed the paper that he never got the document. Or he doesn't even know the content about the document. So I got kind of confused that is the same document we're talking about, or the 32 and 50, 50. 50.
He's connecting them.
The articles.
Which tab?
The 32 first, in the 32 email saying that the document is disturbing. And the tab 50, he signed the paper that I never got the document, or didn't even talk about the document.
Oh, I think you're talking about paragraph 3?
No,
Yeah,
Stephen Park.
32, yeah.
Yeah, the way I read this is that he's denying that he received it from Mrs. Escamilla. He's not saying that he hasn't received it at all. He's just saying that he didn't.
Oh, so
receive it.
he got it from someone else.
That's what he's trying to allude to,
Okay.
I think. Yeah, here.
Follow up on Dr. Park.
Yeah.
Did he give a reason why they decided not to distribute the packet to all the parents as they had planned?
When we had spoken, he asked what my concerns were, why I needed to have an attorney present. And I said, you know, I'm concerned that there's nothing actionable in this packet and that it may lead to liability for the district. There was nothing that the district could do with that information, separate and apart from him actually having a complaint related to his work or his conduct while at work, which we did not have. And so I said, it's, you know, this is a potential lawsuit that could be filed by Mr. Turner for, you know, distributing the packet of materials, which is injurious to him personally. And so Steve thought about it, Dr. Park, and said, yeah, and I think at that point he decided that he didn't want to be distributing the packet to other people because he didn't want to involve himself in any potential litigation. That's speculative on my part, but right after that conversation and inviting them to come in and speak with myself and counsel, they had decided that they didn't want to do that after all, and they were kind of backing away from it at that point.
So did he express that their safety concerns were satisfied? Because
No.
it seemed like it was two separate things. And so also they didn't take any action with their children?
No, and none of them removed their children from the football team. After that, none of them.
Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned until 9 tomorrow morning.
Okay, can I ask one more question? So tomorrow we are going to second day, but since Ms. Escamilla did not testify, so I don't know if it's worth to do that or not.
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Well, we have a standing objection to that issue and our motion to dismiss remains. And I'd be happy to put that in writing for the board and for the judge.
Okay, we're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.